A Lost Day by Edgar Fawcett. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. A Lost Day. My family, John Dalrymple would say, have the strange failing, that is, nearly all of them except myself on the paternal side, of and then somebody would always try to interrupt him. At the Gramercy, the small but charming club of which he had been for years an honored member, they made a point of interrupting him when he began on his family failing. Not a few of them held to the belief that it was a myth of Dalrymple's imagination. Still others argued all of the clan except John himself had been queer lot. There was no real certainty that they had not done extraordinary acts. Meanwhile, apart from his desire to dwell among ancestral records and repeat tales which had been told many times before, he was a genuine favorite with his friends. But that series of family anecdotes remained a standing joke. They all pitied him when it became known that his engagement to the pretty, winsome widow, Mrs. Carrington, was definitely broken. He was past 40 now, and had not known to pay serious court to any woman before in at least 10 years. Of course, Mrs. Carrington was rich. But then her money could not have attracted Dalrymple, for he was rich himself, in spite of his plain way of living there in that small 22nd Street basement house. But the widow's money had doubtless lured to her side the gentleman who had cut poor Dalrymple out. A number of years ago, when this little occurrence which we are chronicling took place, it was not so easy as it is now to make sure of a foreigner's credentials and antecedents. The Count de Pomerol, reputed French nobleman of high position, had managed to get into the Gramercy as a 6-month member, and had managed also to cross the threshold of numerous select Newark drawing rooms. At the very period of his introduction to Mrs. Carrington, her engagement with Dalrymple had already become publicly announced. Then, in a few weeks, society received a shock. Dalrymple was thrown over, and it transpired that the brilliant young widow was betrothed to the Count. Dalrymple, calm and self-contained, had nothing to say on the subject of why he had received such shabby treatment, and nobody ventured to interrogate him. Some people believed in the Count, others thought that there was a ring of falsity about him, for all his frame was so elegantly slender and supple, for all his moustache was so glossily dark, and his eyes so richly lustrous. Dalrymple meanwhile hid his wound, met the Count constantly at the club, though no longer even exchanging blows with him, and worked at his revenge in secret as a beaver works at the building of his winter ranch. He succeeded, too, in getting superb materials for that revenge. They surprised even himself when a few relatives and friends in Paris mailed him appalling documentary evidence as to what sort of a character this Count really was. There is no doubt that he now held in his hand a thunderbolt and had only to hurl it when he pleased. He did not tell a single soul what he had learned. The thought of just how he should act haunted him for several days. One evening he went home from the club a little earlier than usual and tossed restlessly for a good while after going to bed. When sleep came, it found him still irresolute as to what course he should take. It seemed to him that he had now a succession of dreams, but he could recall none of them on awaking. And he awoke in a peculiar way. There was yet no hint of dawn in the room, and only the light from his gas turned down to a very dim star. He was sitting bolt upright in bed, and feverish, fatigued sensations oppressed him. What have I been dreaming? He asked himself again and again. But as only a confused jumble of memories answered him, he sank back upon the pillows and was soon buried in slumber. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning when he next awoke. He felt decidedly better. Both the feverishness and the fatigue had left him. He went to the club and breakfasted there. It was almost empty of members, as small clubs are apt to be at that hour of the morning. But in the hall he met his old friend Langworth and bowed to him. Langworth, who was rather near-sighted, gave a sudden start and a stare. How odd, thought Dalrymple, as he passed on into the reading room. I hope there is nothing unexpected about my personal appearance. Just at the doorway of the room he met another old friend, Summerson, a man extremely strict about all matters of propriety. Summerson saw him, and then plainly made believe that he had not seen. As they moved by one another, Dalrymple said lightly, "Good morning, old chap. How's your gout?" Summerson, who was very tall and excessively dignified, gave a comic squirm. Then his eyelids fluttered, and with the tips of his lips he murmured, "Better," as he glided along. "Pooh!" said Dalrymple to himself, getting grouchy, I suppose, in his old age. "How longevity disagrees with some of us mortals." He nearly always took a bottle of seltzer before breakfast, and this morning old Andrew, a servant who had been in the club many years, poured it out for him. "I hope you're all right again this morning, sir," said Andrew with a Celtic accent and in an affable half-whisper. "All right, Andrew," was the reply. "Why, you must be thinking of someone else. I haven't been ill. My health has been excellent for a long time past." "Yes, sir," said Andrew, lowering his eyes and respectfully retiring. That last "yes, sir" had a dubious note about its delivery that almost made Dalrymple call the faithful old fellow back and further question him. All right again? As if he had ever been all wrong. Oh well, poor Andrew was aging. Others had remarked that fact months ago. A different servant came to announce breakfast. There were only about 5 men in the dining room as Dalrymple entered it. All of them gazed at him in an unusual way, or had late events led him to think that they did so? At the table nearest him sat Everdell, one of the jolliest men in the club, a person whose face was nearly always wreathed in smiles. "Good morning," said Dalrymple as he caught Everdell's eye. "Good morning." The tones were replete with mild consternation, and the look that went with him was smileless to the degree of actual gloom. Then Everdell, who had just finished his breakfast, rose and drew near to Dalrymple. "Upon my word," he said, "I'm delighted to see you all right again so soon." "All right again so soon?" was the reply. "What in mercy's name do you mean?" "Oh, my dear fellow," began Everdell, fumbling with his watch chain, "it was pretty bad, you know, yesterday." "Pretty bad yesterday?" "I saw you in the morning, and for an hour or so in the afternoon. Perhaps no one would have noticed it if you hadn't stayed here all day and poured those confidences into people's ears about the Pomerol. You didn't appear to have drank a drop in the club. There's the funny part of it. You went out several times, though, and came back again. All that you had to drink, except some wine here at dinner, you remember, you must have got outside. I wasn't here at 10 o'clock when the Pomerol came in." "I'm glad I wasn't. You must have been dreadful. If Summerson and Joyce hadn't rushed in between you and the Count, heaven knows what would have happened. As it is—" At this point Dalrymple broke in with cold harshness. "Look here, Everdell, I always disliked practical jokes, and I've known for a number of years that you're given to them. You have never attempted to make me your butt before, however, and you'll have the kindness to discontinue any such proceeding now." Everdell drew back for a moment, frowned, shrugged his shoulders, and then muttering, "Oh, if you're going to put it in that way," strode quickly out of the dining room. Dalrymple scarcely ate a morsel of breakfast. After he had gulped down some hot coffee, he repaired to the reading room. As he re-entered it, a waiter handed him several letters. One, which he opened first, was marked immediate, and had been sent him from his own house by an intelligent and devoted woman servant there, who had been for a long period in his employ. This letter made poor Dalrymple's head swim as he read it. Written and signed by Mr. Summerson himself as chairman of the house committee of the club, it ordered him to appear that same evening before a meeting of the governors and answer to a charge of disorderly conduct on the previous night. Then it went on to state that he, Dalrymple, had been seen throughout the previous day at the club in a state of evident intoxication, and had, finally, between the hours of 10 and 11 p.m., accosted and grossly insulted the Count de Pomerol in the main drawing-room of the Gramercy. Disorderly conduct, evident intoxication, grossly insulted the Count de Pomerol. These words were trembling in Dalrymple's lips as he presently approached Summerson himself, the very gentleman who had signed the letter and who stood in the hall, arrayed for the street. "What does it all mean?" gasped Dalrymple. I never was intoxicated in my life, Lawrence Summerson. You ought to know that. I played euchre last night up in the card room from 9 o'clock till 12 with Ogden and Folsom and yourself. If there's any practical joke being got up against me, for God's sake—" "Wait a minute, please," said Summerson. He went back into the courtroom, disarrayed himself of his street wraps, and finally joined Dalrymple. His first words, low and grave, ran thus: "Can it be possible that you don't recollect that our game of euchre was played the night before last and not last night?" Then he went with Dalrymple into a corner of the reading room, and they talked together for a good while. Dalrymple went back to his home that day in a mental whirl. It still wanted a number of hours before the governing committee would meet. He had lost a day out of his life. There could be no doubt of that. If he had moved about the club at all yesterday with a drunken manner, reviling the Pomerel to everybody who would lend him an ear, if he had afterward met the Pomerel in the club and directed toward him in loud and furious tones a perfect torrent of accusation, he himself was completely, blankly ignorant. For a good while he sat quite still and thought. Then he summoned Anne, the elderly and very trustworthy Anne, who had been his dear mother's maid and was now his housekeeper. He questioned Anne, and after dismissing her, he pondered her answers. 3 times yesterday she had seen him, and regarding his appearance, Anne had her distinct opinions. Suddenly a light flashed upon Dalrymple while he sat alone and brooded. He sprang up, and a cry, half of awe, half of gladness, left his lips. The baffling problem had been solved. That evening he presented himself before the governing committee. All assembled were sorry for him. Of course, punishment must be dealt, but for an old and popular member like Dalrymple, it must not be expulsion. The general feeling of the club had indeed already been gauged, and it was in favor of suspension for 6 months or a year at the farthest. Dalrymple, however, was determined that he should be visited with no punishment at all, and he meant to state why. The judges, as he faced them, all looked politely grim. The president, after a few suave preliminaries, asked Dalrymple if he had anything to say concerning the charges preferred against him. Dalrymple then proceeded to speak with a clear voice and composed demeanor. His first sentences electrified his hearers. "I have no possible recollection of yesterday," he began, "and it is precisely as much of a lost day to me as though I had lain chloroformed for 24 hours. On Wednesday night I returned home from this club and went to rest. I never really woke until Friday, possibly a little while after midnight, and then within my own bed. On Thursday morning I must have risen in a state of somnambulism, hypnotism, mental aberration, whatever you please, and not come to myself until Thursday had passed, and I had once more retired. Of what yesterday occurred, I therefore claim to have been the irresponsible agent, and to have become so through no fault of my own. I am completely innocent of the misdemeanors charged against me, and I now solemnly swear this on my word of honor as a gentleman." Here Dalrymple paused. The members of the committee interchanged glances amid profound silence. On some faces doubt could be read, but on others its veriest opposite. The intense stillness had become painful when Dalrymple spoke again. "I had hoped that I should escape throughout my own lifetime all visitations of this distressing kind. My grandfather and 2 of my uncles not only walked in their sleep to an alarming degree, but were each subject to strange conditions of mind in which acts were performed by them that they could not possibly remember afterward." Here the speaker paused, soon continuing, however, in a lower and more reflective tone. "Yes, my family have had the strange failing, that is, nearly all of them, except myself on the paternal side, of—" But he said no more. The tension was loosened, and a great roar of laughter rose from the whole committee. How often every man there had joked him about the marvelous budget of stories which he infallibly began one way and one way only. And when the familiar formula sounded forth, it was all the funnier to those who heard it because of the solemn, judicial circumstances in which it again met their hearing. The plaintiff was honorably acquitted. As for the Pomerel, as every word that Dalrymple had said concerning his past life in France happened to be perfectly true, the Count never reappeared at the Gramercy. His engagement with Mrs. Carrington was soon afterward broken off by the lady herself, and for a good while it was rumoured that this lady had repentantly made it optional with Dalrymple whether he should once more become her accepted sweetheart. But Dalrymple remained a bachelor. He is quite an old man now, yet he may be found in the card-room of the Gramercy nearly every evening. He is very willing to tell you the story of his lost day, if you ask him courteously for it, and not in any strain of fun-poking. But He attempts no more voluntary recitals on the subject of his family's maladies or mishaps. The end of A Lost Day.
The Appeal to Anne by Edward Cummings. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. The Appeal to Anne. 1. From Roger. You are my friend. Therefore, I am sure of your patience. My dearest, yield it to me now of all times. This is a confession and prayer. True, I might dissemble still. Chance lends the ready garment. But I am resolved I will have no more lies. I will speak the truth, though I lose you. I never knew much good to come of lies. Dear, if you love me much, this will pain you bitterly. I should be glad to die now, if I so rightly might, that you might think of me always as you do now, and she might never know, or be wounded in her faith and pride. For me has been destined the doing of what wrong I look upon as the deadliest of all. Treachery is the crime, and the crime is mine. Let me tell you again, you tender woman, you dearest and noblest in the world, how I love you. I think of you constantly. I yearn for your sweet companionship. You are my dear ideal. You are to me all peacefulness and worth and wisdom and womanly greatness and incomparable grace. You are the pure air to me. Dear, it is because my love for you is the best that is in me that I am at such pains to make my confession absolute. My heart grows imperious at the thought of you, and leaps for the highest course, though that bids for the supernal sacrifice of losing you. You, so sweetly gained. For you, I should be happy to die now, heart and hand. It would be sweet, I think, to die now, to leave this black dilemma, to vanish utterly. And yet, while you live, all splendor and all graces are here. Dear Anne, there is another woman I have been making love to. How I loathe to write the name, Doris Ewing, who loves me as I love you, and to whom I grew tender just in hopelessness of you. So far away in the north you were, so like the figment of a fond impossible ideal, and she was here, beside me, dark-eyed and sweet. I loved her. So often I said it, so sweetly she believed, and the habit grew. I love you, I said, even when I knew that love was just like, for often she was but as a small craft on the heaving sea of my passion, the sea that ran its flood tide to you. I told her repeatedly that I loved her, and lied. Was it any the less a lie that the spirit of romance was strong within me, and my heart-hunger made me mad? I loved her in this fashion, say, because she was loving, and my heart was full of love. It did not come to me forcibly at the time that I was lying. I had come into the habit of her, and the words did not stick in my throat as lies usually do. I did not despise myself. My duplicity I learned to contemplate with equanimity and to forget, and so I lied ardently and successfully. What a bad success it was! For Doris loved me dearly, and cried over me a bit now and then, I suspect, and was beautiful and happy. I wondered sometimes, forgetting the reason that lay in my larger desire, you, why I did not really love her. Such is my story, as well as I understand it. She is very sweet, and I am very fond of her. I seek to extenuate nothing. I write the crude facts as I know them. She has black hair and eyes. She is very white and slender, with nestling ways. She is not very learned or rich, but patrician and proud. All agree that she is beautiful. She is debonair and sweet, and when I think of you, she is nothing to me, nothing. But I tried to love her just in love's despite, and she was happy in the main, and I was half resigned. I stifle when I think of that. How pitiful it was! Often she leaned, touched my shoulder, and spoke with downcast eyes. "Do you really love me?" Very tenderly. "Passionately, passionately. With all your heart, with all my heart. Forever, forever." She mistrusted me no more than the day mistrusts the sun. And one night I sat late in my room, thinking. It was cold. The wild wind arose, hissing in the stark trees. Out in the cold sky, the stars shone white and multitudinous. There came to me a wanton mood. I floated with it, pensive and relaxed. I had no wish to change it, but desired only to sit peacefully through the midnight until sleep should come, to lightly conjecture and mildly reflect, to clasp my knees by the fire and await the fortunes of the hour. Life had grown trivial, and by degrees the thoughts of you came intensely and possessed me. That was the night I wrote you that mad long letter of adoration and despair. You were to me impossible. I had been half resigned. But that night passion reigned. It was my dearest tribute just to tell you of the love I had for you. If it was madness, it was a sweet madness. I thought when your letter would come, I would sit for a while with it in my hand and dream the sweet, the terrible, the improbable, before I opened it to read your kind wording. I knew it would be kind, of what my despair taught me to expect. Then the wires shot stupefying joy. "Everything. Why did you wait so long? Come to me now at once. I give you all." I had the message there at the street. I gazed blankly. Then, with realization, came tumultuous sweetness that was pain. Doris, across the way, stopped singing. "Good news, Roger?" "Oh, the best and the worst." "Oh, tell me about it then, when I come." "Do your eyebrows slope and your lips upcurl?" I have written it all out. When she comes, she is coming soon, I shall tell her all, as I have told you. This is to be the blackest hour of my life. I have made up my mind to tell her the truth. It is her right. But my heart has so often failed me. If this is tenderness, why, what a false tenderness it is. I have no more hopes of you now than I had when I wrote you. But I belong to you, and I will always belong to you, just for your once loving, even though you despise me, now and forever. I shall tell her frankly, extenuating nothing, for I will have no more lies. On that I am resolved. Anne, I do not truly live without you, and I crave the intensest living. I think of you always as I saw you first, tall and fair, with the gold across your temples, and the museful, wistful mouth, with its serious thinking silences, and then its soft, rapid speech, and the eyes, the blue eyes, that had for me such exquisite language. You are repose, heaven, and I am in a hell of my own making. And, dearest, I could not help it. Ah, I am pleading. I did not mean to plead. Did you have a dream of me, as nobles say? Here I am, who love life because of you, who love you more than that life, or my hope of heaven. But what to you is such a love? She is coming soon, and I shall tell her. I say I shall have no more deception. I am yours, yours. I dare not write the prayer that is in my heart. I cannot say farewell. Remember, when you despise me worst, I am yours. 2. From Doris. The letter sent with this was found sealed and bearing your name and address in the room where Roger died yesterday. He had spoken of you so often that I came almost to know you. That is why I am writing this note. You were his friend, and one so noble as he must have noble friends. I thought for a moment that I would ask you to let me read the letter, but I could not bear to see it and know that it was his last, and written to another. The trouble was his heart. Will you be present? I cannot write any more for crying. 3. The Two Women. Said Doris, "You are just as I pictured you. May I call you Anne? How long they prayed! I did not know you would come. I could not think who you were, standing beside his grave, so beautiful and tearless. I could not see well for weeping, and the wind was cold, and my head ached. Oh, the wan face, the black clothes! I did not like the black. I wanted to lie down there with him and be covered up. The clay was so cold and wet. Oh, how cold my heart grew. Did you think they prayed long? I was so cold." "I have never been told how he died," said Anne. "I entered the library, where he was waiting for me," Doris replied. "It was near twilight. He sat by the window looking out. When I came in, he turned, and his face was pale. I never saw him pale before. I was frightened and cried out. He came to reassure me, and his face was so pale. He looked at me long and anxiously, so anxiously. I did not understand this look. It was so strange. It hurt me because I did not understand it. Now I know it was physical suffering. He went back to the window and sank into his chair. "Are you not ill?" I asked. He answered, "A little," and added, "It will pass." But he did not speak at all or touch me, and when I stroked his forehead, he leaned suddenly forward, his face in his arms on the window sill, and would not answer me. I ran out to tell them he was ill. When the doctor came, I was told he was dead. They gave me his letter to send you and tell you." "You do not wish," said Anne, "to read the letter?" Doris did not reply. "It would make you less able to realize that he is gone," said Anne gently. "Yes," said Doris. "And then it was to you, not me." The other's face was suffused with tender pity. She spoke impulsively, and yet with a timorous boldness, as one who ventures upon hazardous and novel ways. "Doris, he loved you with all his heart." "He told you?" "Yes." "He spoke of you so often, Anne. We shall always be friends." "Yes, always." "You are sure he loved me so?" The girl's mouth trembled at the corners. "He did not tell me often enough." "He loved you dearly," said Anne. "Ah, if you knew what sweet comfort you give." "You are sure? Quite sure?" "He loved you with all his heart," repeated Anne. "I will go, Anne. I thank you so much. I think I can weep again now. For a while, good-bye. Give me both your hands and kiss me." End of The Appeal to Anne.
A Story by Ernest Hemingway. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Story. Dick Bolton came from the Indian camp to cut up logs for Nick's father. He brought his son Eddie and another Indian named Billy Tabashaw with him. They came in through the back gate out of the woods, Eddie carrying the long cross-cut saw. It flopped over his shoulder and made a musical sound as he walked. Billy Tabashaw carried 2 big cant hooks. Dick had 3 axes under his arm. He turned and shut the gate. The others went on ahead of him down to the lake shore where the logs were buried in the sand. The logs had been lost from the big log booms that were towed down the lake to the mill by the steamer Magi. They had drifted up onto the beach, and if nothing were done about them, sooner or later the crew of the Magi would come along the shore in a rowboat, spot the logs, drive an iron spike with a ring on it into the end of each log, and then tow them out into the lake to make up a new boom. But the lumbermen might never come for them because a few logs were not worth the price of a crew to gather them. If no one came for them, they would be left to waterlog and rot on the beach. Nick's father always assumed that this was what would happen, and hired the Indians to come down from the camp and cut the logs up with a cross-cut saw and split them with a wedge to make cordwood and chunks for the open fireplace. Dick Bolton walked around past the cottage down to the lake. There were 4 big beech logs lying almost buried in the sand. Eddie hung the saw up by one of its handles in the crotch of a tree. Dick put the 3 axes down on the little dock. Dick was a half-breed, and many of the farmers around the lake believed he was really a white man. He was very lazy, but a great worker once he was started. He took a plug of tobacco out of his pocket, bit off a chew, and spoke in Ojibway to Eddie and Billy Tabashaw. They sunk the ends of their cant hooks into one of the logs and swung against it to loosen it in the sand. They swung their weight against the shafts of the cant hooks. The log moved in the sand. Dick Bolton turned to Nick's father. "Well, Doc," he said, "that's a nice lot of timber you've stolen." "Don't talk that way, Dick," the doctor said. "It's driftwood." Eddie and Billy Tabashaw had rocked the log out of the wet sand and rolled it toward the water. "Put it right in," Dick Bolton shouted. "What are you doing that for?" asked the doctor. "Wash it off. Clean off the sand on account of the saw. I want to see who it belongs to," Dick said. The log was just awash in the lake. Eddie and Billy Tabashaw leaned on their cant hooks, sweating in the sun. Dick kneeled down in the sand and looked at the mark of the scaler's hammer in the wood at the end of the log. "It belongs to White and McNally," he said, standing up and brushing off his trouser knees. The doctor was very uncomfortable. "You'd better not saw it up then, Dick," he said, shortly. "Don't get huffy, Doc," said Dick. "Don't get huffy. I don't care who you steal from. It's none of my business. If you think the logs are stolen, leave them alone and take your tools back to the camp," the doctor said. His face was red. "Don't go off at half-cock, Doc," Dick said. He spat tobacco juice on the log. It slid off, thinning in the water. "You know they're stolen as well as I do. It don't make any difference to me." "All right. If you think the logs are stolen, take your stuff and get out. Now, Doc, take your stuff and get out. Listen, Doc. If you call me Doc once again, I'll knock your eye teeth down your throat." "Oh, no, you won't, Doc." Dick Bolton looked at the doctor. Dick was a big man. He knew how big a man he was. He liked to get into fights. He was very happy. Eddie and Billy Tabashaw leaned on their cant hooks and looked at the doctor. The doctor chewed the beard on his lower lip and looked at Dick Bolton. Then he turned away and walked up the hill to the cottage. They could see from his back how angry he was. They all watched him walk up the hill and go inside the cottage. Dick said something in Ojibway. Eddie laughed, but Billy Tabashaw looked very serious. He did not understand English, but he had sweat all the time the row was going on. He was fat, with only a few hairs of mustache like a Chinaman. He picked up the 2 cant hooks. Dick picked up the axes, and Eddie took the saw down from the tree. They started off and walked up past the cottage and out the back gate into the woods. Dick left the gate open. Billy Tabashaw went back and fastened it. In the cottage, the doctor, sitting on the bed in his room, saw a pile of medical journals on the floor by the bureau. They were still in their wrappers, unopened. It irritated him. "Aren't the men going to work, dear?" asked the doctor's wife from the next room, where she was lying with the blinds drawn. "No." "Was anything the matter?" "I had a row with Dick Bolton." "Oh," said his wife, "I hope you didn't lose your temper, Henry." "No," said the doctor. "Remember that he who ruleth his spirit is greater than he that taketh a city," said his wife. She was a Christian Scientist. Her Bible, her copy of Science and Health, and her quarterly were on a table beside her bed in the darkened room. Her husband did not answer. He was sitting on his bed cleaning a shotgun. He pushed the magazine full of the heavy yellow shells and pumped them out again. They were scattered on the bed. "Henry," his wife called, then paused a moment. "Henry?" "Yes," the doctor said. "You didn't say anything to Bolton to anger him, did you?" "No," said the doctor. "What was the trouble about, dear?" "Nothing much." "Tell me, Henry. Please don't try and keep anything from me. What was the trouble about?" "Well, Dick owes me a lot of money for pulling his squaw through pneumonia, and I guess he wanted a row so he wouldn't have to take it out and work." His wife was silent for some time. The doctor wiped his gun carefully with a rag. He pushed the shells back in against the spring of the magazine. He sat with the gun on his knees. He was very fond of it. Then he heard his wife's voice from the darkened room. "Dear, I really don't think that anyone would really do a thing like that." "No?" the doctor said. "No, I can't really believe that anyone would do a thing of that sort intentionally." The doctor stood up and put the shotgun in the corner behind the dresser. "Are you going out, dear?" his wife asked. "I think I'll go for a walk," the doctor said. "If you see Nick, dear, will you tell him his mother wants to see him?" his wife said. The doctor went out on the porch. The screen door slammed behind him. He heard his wife catch her breath when the door slammed. "Sorry," he said, outside the window with the blinds drawn. "It's all right, dear," she said. He walked in the heat out the gate and along the path into the hemlock woods. It was cool in the woods even on such a hot day. He found Nick sitting with his back against a tree reading. "Your mother wants you to come and see her," the doctor said. "I want to go with you," Nick said. His father looked down at him. "All right, come on then," his father said. "Give me the book. I'll put it in my pocket." "I know where there's black squirrels, Daddy," Nick said. "All right," said his father. "Let's go there." End of a story.
Banal Story from Men Without Women by Ernest Hemingway. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Banal Story by Ernest Hemingway. So he ate an orange, slowly spitting out the seeds. Outside, the snow was turning to rain. Inside, the electric stove seemed to be giving no heat, and rising from his writing table, he sat down upon the stove. How good it felt! Here, at last, was life. He reached for another orange. Far away in Paris, Mascart had knocked Danny Frisch cuckoo in the second round. Far off in Mesopotamia, 21 feet of snow had fallen. Far away in distant Australia, the English cricketers were sharpening up their wickets. There was romance. Patrons of the arts and letters had discovered the Forum, he read. It was the guide, philosopher, and friend of the thinking minority. Prize short stories. Will their authors write our bestsellers of tomorrow? You will enjoy these warm, homespun American tales, bits of real life on the open range, in crowded tenements, or comfortable home, and all with a healthy undercurrent of humor. I must read them, he thought. He read on. Our children's children. What of them? Who of them? New means will be discovered to find room for us under the sun. Shall this be done by war, or can it be done by peaceable methods? Or will we all have to move to Canada? Our deepest convictions. Will science upset them? Our civilization. Is it inferior to older orders of things? And meantime, in the far-off dripping jungles of Yucatan, sounded the chopping of the axes of the gum choppers. Do we want big men, or do we want them cultured? Take Joyce. Take President Coolidge. What star must our college students aim at? There is Jack Britton. There is Dr. Henry Van Dyke. Can we reconcile the two? Take the case of young Stribling. And what of our daughters, who must make their own soundings? Nancy Hawthorne is obligated to make her own soundings in the sea of life. Bravely and sensibly she faces the problems which come to every girl at 18. It is a splendid booklet. Are you a girl of 18? Take the case of Joan of Arc. Take the case of Bernard Shaw. Take the case of Betsy Ross. Think of these things in 1925. Was there a risque page in Puritan history? Were there two sides to Pocahontas? Did he have a fourth dimension? Are modern paintings and poetry art? Yes and no. Take Picasso. Have tramps codes of conduct? Send your mind adventuring. There is romance everywhere. Forum writers talk to the point, are possessed of humor and wit. But they do not try to be smart, and are never long-winded. Live the full life of the mind, exhilarated by new ideas, intoxicated by the romance of the unusual. He laid down the booklet. And meanwhile, stretched out flat in a bed in a darkened room in his house in Triana, Manuel Garcia Mira lay with a tube in each lung, drowning with the pneumonia. All the papers in Andalusia devoted special supplements to his death, which had been expected for some days. Men and boys bought full-length color pictures of him to remember him by, and lost the picture they had of him in their memories by looking at the lithographs. Bullfighters were very relieved he was dead, because he did always in the bull ring the things they could only do sometimes. They all marched in the rain behind his coffin, and there were 147 bullfighters followed him out to the cemetery, where they buried him in a tomb next to Joselito. After the funeral, everyone sat in the cafes out of the rain, and many colored pictures of Mira were sold to men, who rolled them up and put them away in their pockets. The end of Banal Story by Ernest Hemingway.
The Birds and the Bees by David E. Fisher. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Birds and the Bees by David E. Fisher. Read by Quartertone. I was wandering among the tall grass of the slopes, listening to the soft whistling of the wind, allowing the grass to caress my toga and thighs. It was a day soft and clear, a day accepted by the young, cherished by we old. Across the gently undulating hills stood the magnificent Melopolis, encradling the oracle of Delny. I do not, of course, believe in the gods per se. Still, there is a grandeur in the very stones that transcends their human sculptors, and it is no wonder to me that many cling tenaciously and ignorantly to the old religion. Cling to the gods of old, who drew man upward from wherever he began, in whose names man killed and plundered while struggling up, in whose names man finally left this earth to seek his cousins among the stars. But of course there were no cousins. There was nothing. And man returned and settled down to live, saddened but resigned and content to live in peace with his knowledge and his power. Gone now are all the ancient evils, wars, emergencies. "See us! See us!" And they were upon me. That is, Zion was upon me. But I knew that where Zion is, Melia must soon appear. And indeed it was but a moment before Melia slipped through the high grass to stand at his side. Their youthful voices were babbling in excitement. Melia was a she, with the swelling breasts that were, so tradition states, quite prevalent among members of the race long ago, and are seldom seen today. Indeed, Melia was on this account made the butt of many jokes, and would have had a lonely life of it had it not been for the friendship of Zion. "See us," they were saying. "The Maternite's gone." I stared in amazement. "Gone? It cannot be gone. It has always been." "Oh, my gods!" Zion shouted. "I tell you it's gone. Will you—" Melia interrupted him quietly. "Zion, Will you lose all respect for the elder?" Then turned to me and said calmly, "The watcher at the Maternite machine, it appears, has been drunk. The heat rose above the warning, continued to rise, and then poof, everything has evaporated in Maternite. All the pre-life is gone."
"All of it?"
I asked. "There is nothing left," Melia insisted. "Can more be made? And if not, what will happen with no more children?"
"That is for the priests to say, not I replied.
In moments of emergency, it is wise to speak with caution. That is, I suppose so. I have never before been in a real emergency. A man my age does not hurry in the heat of the midday sun. Mad Doug's Englishmen go out in the midday sun, as ancients say, although I often wonder why. But Zion and Melia ran all the way down to the city. They are of an age to enter manhood, and have all the energy such young men do. As we entered the city, we were surrounded by confusion and consternation. And can the simple people be blamed? They were aware that they stood in the midst of an unprecedented happening, indeed an emergency, for a machine had failed. Not in the memory of the eldest among us has a machine failed. They were created so long ago, indeed, that the ignorant believe them to have been constructed by the gods themselves. And never, so far as I know, has one failed. Small wonder that the watcher had been negligent. Besides, had he been sober, he would not have known what to do, for who knows the mysterious workings of the machines? Zion and Melia stopped as I mounted the steps, but I smiled and motioned them in. They accompanied me past the marble pillars into the cool recesses of the hall, then seated themselves on the floor as I took my place by the great table. Well, you know how these things are. At such a time, many men feel impelled to make speeches, and one must not be disrespectful. Prayers and supplications were offered to the gods, priests were sent to sacrifice, and finally, as the light of the sun was falling between the pillars, the high priest of the Maternite machine was heard. He rambled through the customary opening remarks, and then, continually smoothing his white beard, of which he is excessively proud, approached the crux of the matter, and the conclave finally heard the facts it had assembled to hear. By this time, unfortunately, many of the conclave had departed for home and supper. Yet perhaps it is for the best, for those left were the most earnest and intelligent.
"I would not bore you," he said, "with details of which only the gods are sure. Know, then, that once granted a few cells of pre-life, it is an easy matter for the Maternite machine to add more and more, thus assuring us, as has always been, a continuous source of pre-life to be borne by the generating machine as children. The machines bear the exact number of children each year to balance the number of us whom the gods claim. Such it has always been from time immemorial."
A murmur of assent and approval of these virtuous words whispered around the hall.
"But now,"
he continued, however with less assurance and indeed with even a stutter here and there,
"an unprecedented situation has arisen. Indeed, I might call it an emergency, for the Maternite machine has actually failed."
Cries of
"Treason!"
sprang up, and I fear it might have gone hard for the priest had I not been able to ensure order.
"That is not the worst," he cried, as if in defiance. "All the pre-life has been dried up. It will not function. There is no more, and there will be no more children."
At this I feared the conclave was about to riot. It is at such times that I most revere the wisdom of the ancients, who decreed 70 years the minimum age for a member of the conclave. They shouted and began to beat their fists, but for how long can a man of 70 years roar like a youngster? They quieted, breathing heavily, and I asked,
"Is there no way, then, to procure more pre-life in order that the machines may produce more children for us?" "As I have said," he replied, "give the machines but a bit of pre-life, and they will produce more, but take away that least bit, and they are helpless."
Such heresy could have brought a sad end to the priest had not the conclave been so exhausted by the events of the day. We leaned back to think. Roscates leaned forward and asked, Must there not have been a beginning to pre-life? For the machine, it seems, cannot make it, and yet it came from somewhere. Riddles are not called for, I answered severely. Are not riddles often the beginning of knowledge? He asked in that irritating dumber-than-thou attitude of his. Must there not, long ago, have been a source of pre-life, a source now forgotten? And may it not, even now, should we discover it, be available to us? I am reminded of the story of the animals of old. I fear your mind is wandering, Roscates, I was forced to interrupt. I know well the legends of the animals, but what does it have to do... The heads of the conclave were turning to me quizzically. I hastened to explain the legend of the animals. It is said that many thousands of years ago, time without reckoning, there existed on the earth creatures who were alive like us, and yet not like us. It is said they had 4 legs or more, and no arms, were covered with hair, and although not mute, they could not speak. Roscates' voice made itself heard. It is true. Such creatures did indeed exist. It is recorded most scientifically in the films. If it be so, I said, quieting the hubbub that followed. And I would not doubt your word, Roscates, for all know you are the wisest of men. If it were so, then what of it? May it not be, Roscates put in, that these animals had no machines to reproduce their kind? For surely the gods would not grant machines to such creatures. And indeed, if they had Matonite machines, why then we would yet have these animals among us. And how, then, did these animals reproduce? I asked. How indeed? And is there not a legend, admitted only a legend, that says there was a time before the machines and before the Matonite machine, and that at such a time both the animals and men reproduced from within their own bodies? At this, 2 members of the conclave fell immediately into a faint, and I would gladly have joined them. I hoped that the youngsters, Xion and Melia, had not heard, but as I turned, they were listening most attentively to Roscates, who, amid cries of "Heresy!" and "Treason!" went on. I should like to ask the conclave for permission to search the ancient records, in the hope of finding some such knowledge that would prove or disprove my words. You wish to search the films, I began. Not the films, Cius, but the books. Gods, this Roscates. The books, as well he knows, are so ancient and so delicate that they are kept in an airtight tomb, lest being handled they be destroyed and all knowledge within them lost. Therefore, they had not been read in the known history of our race, and Roscates had been anxious for an excuse. Cius, he went on, if there exists such knowledge as I seek, is it not indeed lost to the memory of man? And if so, are not the books the only place where it may be found? Roscates, it is suspected, will never ask a question unless he knows the answer beforehand. And so I acquiesced, and agreed, and granted permission. And with much misgiving and foreboding of evil, the conclave adjourned. Several weeks elapsed before Roscates requested that the conclave meet. I called the meeting at dawn, and so it was yet early in the afternoon when formalities were concluded and Roscates granted leave to speak. Some of those among you are shes, he began, and you know you are different from the rest of us. To the advantage, your skin is fairer, and your features more often handsomer than ours. To the disadvantage, your excretory system is not so mechanically dexterous as ours. And you may say, why should this not be so? There is, indeed, no reason why we should all be identical. Perforce you have the advantage, perforce we do. Yet there is one other distinction. Some among you shes have the swelling of the breasts, and does there exist no reason for this? Was there not, perhaps in ancient times, a cause for this? Do you not wonder, shes, whence you came and for what reason? Roscates, I interrupted, all this is fascinating, of course, but if you could be quick— Of course, he replied. In the course of my reading, I have read many books, and while they are all vague on the subject, this I have discovered. That there was indeed a time before the machines. In fact, the books were created in that time, for not one of them mentions the machines. Then, reproduction was carried on by individuals without help of the then non-existent machines. The Shis are not wanderers from another land, but they have lived with us for all time. They are not another race, but we are all types of one race, and the fact of reproduction is somehow intimately related to the physical distinction of the Shis." These last sentences were shouted to be heard above the roar of the crowd. Yet when Roscatis stopped, so also did the noise, so shocked and amazed at his words were they, and I confess myself also. "In fact," Roscatis added, sitting down, "this process of reproduction seems to have been so simple that there was once a problem of overpopulation." Order was lost among the conclave as each man turned to speak to his neighbor, and for some time I could not restore order. I realized that something had to be done to save Roscatis before the outrage of the assembled overwhelmed him. "It seems," I shouted, "that there is a flaw in your logic." For if such there was, I was hopeful of dismissing the entire affair with no harm done. "For if people reproduced too often, why, then this reproduction must have been a pleasant thing to do. Otherwise, they would not have done so to excess. And if it was a pleasant thing to do, where is the necessity for the machines, and why were they created?" Roscatis seemed perplexed by this problem, whereupon Xeon, who, together with Melia, were at the conclave without permission, shouted, "Perhaps the process of reproduction was of such a pleasure that the conclave ruled it to be a sin, and therefore the machines were necessary." At this impudence, the conclave dissolved in an uproar, and I was beyond power to restrain them from placing Xeon under arrest. Privately, however, I had to admit that his supposition was a possibility, and thus I authorized Roscatis to continue his search. Now, indeed, I was sorely worried concerning Xeon, for he must languish in the dungeon until the conclave is satisfied to release him, and this they cannot do until they meet again. I needed a sufficient excuse to call a meeting of the conclave, whereupon I might argue for the lad. When I heard that Roscatis again desired audience, I immediately proclaimed a meeting of the conclave to be held the next day at dawn, and so that night slept well. The conclave had come to order, and formalities had been initiated when Roscatis entered and took his place. He clutched under one shoulder a thin rectangular object, but that is not what impressed me. His appearance. He looked as if he had not slept of late, nor eaten either. His eyes were sunken, and his features had doubled in age. He was bent and tired, but it was his eyes. There was a horror in them. I was shocked, and could not help staring at him. And then the formalities were over. I intended to speak for Xeon, but Roscatis was on his feet, and I gave way. "I have, indeed, discovered the secret of reproduction," he began. "After many searchings, I came upon this," and he held forth the object he had carried in. "It is a book. It is entitled Living a Normal Sex Life. It seems to be some sort of a do-it-yourself pamphlet." He dropped the book on the table and rubbed his hands over his eyes. There was something in the man's behavior that commanded everyone's attention. He went on, speaking low. "The word sex is not defined, but it seems to mean—" His words trailed off. He was obviously unsure of how to continue. "I had better start at the beginning, I suppose," he said. "You see, once upon a time, there were birds and bees." When he finished, the conclave sat in horrified silence. His words, with all their horror, had the ring of truth, and there were no cries of heresy. There was only stunned disbelief and the beginnings of nausea. "It is the mark of honor that a leader shall carry on when others fear to move." I cleared my throat. "Shall not these organs which you mention have atrophied by now? With no use throughout all these generations, will they not have evolved into nothingness?" "I do not think so," Roscatis replied after a while. "What to us is an eon, to evolution is but an instant, and then the swelling of the breasts, I believe, proves that there is still reproductive activity in some, at least, of the Shis." We sat shaking our heads, bowed under terrible reality. "Then we must experiment," I said. But whom could we ask to submit to such horror? I have already taken the liberty of asking for volunteers, Roscates replied. The she, of course, must be one with the swelling of the breasts. Melia has volunteered, on condition that Xeon be released from dungeon. Are there any objections? There were none, of course. Who would refuse a boon to one who would undergo such an ordeal for the city? And who will be the partner? I asked. In all honor, could Xeon allow Melia to surpass him in courage? It shall be he, Roscates said. And with his words, the two entered the hall and stood, noble and naked. Roscates gestured to the table, and Melia started to climb upon it, but Xeon stepped forward. My lords, he said, would not better results be obtained were we to conduct the experiment in the fields before the oracle of Delny, that the gods may help us? His glance reached into my soul, and I was proud of Xeon. A true friend, he thought even now of the comfort of Melia. The marble table was indeed hard, and from Roscates' description, it seemed that Melia's position would be as uncomfortable as it would be undignified. The soft fields might be some slight help. I voiced my assent, and the entire conclave adjourned to the fields. It was nearly dark when we walked home, Roscates and I, arm in arm. It had been a horrible day. The inhuman indignity, the cries. We tarried before my home, leaned on the stone, stared at the first stars. They seemed finally to accomplish all the book described, I muttered. They may indeed have succeeded, Roscates replied. There is mentioned a time lapse which is necessary. The child does not appear immediately. It doesn't matter, I said disconsolately. Who could ask them to go through such an ordeal again? And then I looked down to earth again, and saw them standing before me. Melia cast her eyes down, and would not raise them. Xeon held his arm about her shoulders, as if to protect her, but I know not from whom. Sias, he said, then stopped, embarrassed. I waited, and Roscates was silent. And he continued, Sias, we come to tell... We will... He raised his eyes to mine and said manfully, We shall try again. I am afraid that tears came to my eyes. Such sacrifice. We beg one favor, Xeon went on. We are agreed that, well, we should like to be left alone in private to try. Of course, I replied. Anything they might want they could have. My relief and gratitude must have showed, for Xeon took a deep breath and spoke again. We do not deserve praise, C.S., he said. The truth is, we sort of enjoy it. I watched them turn and wander off together under the stars. My heart has a warmth in it, and I no longer fear for the future of our race when our young people can show such nobility and sacrifice. End of The Birds and the Bees by David E. Fisher.
Eleanor Stevens' Will by Isabel Scott Stone. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Eleanor Stevens' Will. When the following notice appeared in the columns of the daily newspapers, society experienced an absolutely new sensation. People who hadn't known the late Eleanor Stevens immediately began to inquire into the history of the woman whose name was coupled with so singular an announcement, and people who had known Eleanor Stevens forthwith revived long lists of her curious fads and fancies, concluding always with the declaration, "Well, it's just what you might expect from Eleanor Stevens." Personal. The rejected suitors of the late Miss Eleanor Stevens may hear something to their advantage by communicating with Willard Pratt, Counselor at Law, International Trust Building. Now, Eleanor Stevens had been by no means either the crotchety old maid or the rattle-brained young one that these remarks might imply. On the contrary, she had been a rarely charming and gifted young woman, well born, well bred, the heiress to an enormous fortune, in fact, the possessor of beauty, brains, and money sufficient to equip half a dozen so called society belles. But in spite of these endowments, or perhaps because of them, Eleanor Stevens had been an eccentric, and with every year since her debut her eccentricity had become more marked. At times, for example, she would dance and golf, pour at teas, and talk small talk to eligible young men with a persistency and success that made her, for the time, the sun of society's solar system. Then, suddenly, and with no excuse whatever, she would withdraw into herself, refuse all invitations, and spend a month or more in studying Buddhism or in inquiring into the condition of the poor in great cities. As to her suitors, the most remarkable reports had existed concerning Miss Stevens' treatment of those gentlemen. It had been said by some that each in turn underwent a period of suspense hung, like Mahomet's coffin, between earth and heaven, at the end of which time he was always lowered to the former element by Miss Stevens' unqualified refusal. Certain malicious rivals had even claimed that at times these proposals were so numerous that Miss Stevens used printed forms of rejection, like those sent by publishers with unavailable manuscript, with space left blank for the name and date. There were others who had declared that her drawing room was always as crowded with suitors as a fashionable doctor's waiting room with patients. Occasionally, it had occurred to an exceptionally keen witted person to connect the girl's periods of self exile with her reputed refusal of some specially manly lover. But each of these reports was, after all, founded only on surmise, for it was cited as a crowning instance of Miss Stevens' eccentricity that she had looked upon the subject of love and marriage with an old fashioned romanticism, and that while she had never found her special ideal, she yet believed too thoroughly in the honor of her would be lovers ever to betray their confidence. In the end, society had concluded to accept the girl's vagaries as simply Eleanor Stevens' way. And this formula had been made to cover a multitude of oddities, ranging from the wearing of high crowns when low ones were the fashion, to Miss Stevens' sudden and mysterious departure for Europe exactly 2 days after she had taken apartments for the summer with a party of friends at a watering place hotel. Indeed, when, 6 months after her abrupt departure, the notice came of the young heiress's sudden death, unattended except by her maid and companion, in some obscure village in the Black Forest, even her friends could find no phrase that so well expressed their shocked surprise as, "Well, that was just like Eleanor Stevens. She couldn't even die like other people." And now, following upon the news of her strange death, had appeared this still stranger notice. Eleanor Stevens rejected suitors? Who were they? Would they present themselves according to directions? What were the advantages they would gain by so doing? To the last of these questions the public had not long to wait for an answer. 3 days after the extraordinary personal had made its appearance, the announcement was made that Eleanor Stevens had left a will, and that this will had been probated. Before this news was 12 hours old, the sensation caused by the advertisement was completely overshadowed by that produced by the following clause, with which it was discovered the will ended. To each one of my rejected suitors I give and bequeath $25,000 to be paid subject to certain sealed conditions exactly 1 year from my death, in the library of my residence in Beechwood Street, Philadelphia. Decidedly, society had never found a more tantalizing subject for gossip than was furnished by this mysterious will. The latest scandal, the approaching wedding at St. Peter's, and the forthcoming private ball all faded into nothingness beside this all absorbing sensation. In the newspapers, long accounts of the dead woman's life and character, of her house and gowns, ways of wearing her hair, and such light throwing investigations were published daily. A popular preacher referred to the subject veiledly in his Sunday night sermon. Men who had never seen Eleanor Stevens quizzed one another about the wide swath they would cut when they claimed the money due them under her will, while every masculine being, from an office boy to a gray haired clergyman, that rode up in the elevator in the International Trust Building, where Willard Pratt had his office, was regarded as a possible applicant bent on further informing himself concerning the curious legacy's conditions. One man only knew the facts in the case, and that was Eleanor Stevens' lawyer, Willard Pratt. But from him neither hints nor bribes nor open question could drag a syllable. As for Mr. Pratt's office boy, he reaped a harvest of retainers for worthless tips on the approaching race. In the end, people decided that the legacy had some connection with the late Miss Stevens' romantic ideas concerning her rejected suitors, and accepted grudgingly the necessity of awaiting the slow coming and going of 365 days before they could find out who those suitors had been. Meanwhile, Willard Pratt, counselor at law, was deriving from the administration of Miss Stevens' will the keenest enjoyment of his long and varied legal career. Being a shrewd reader of character and possessed of a large fund of humor, he had vastly enjoyed being interviewed by the claimants or the claimants' friends. And though they had got nothing out of him, he had, on the other hand, got a great deal out of them. As one after another left him, the keen jurist invariably chuckled to himself. Smart girl to refuse him. He was after the money, that's plain. But what in the name of all that's holy made her give him 25,000 now? But his enjoyment reached its culminating point when, just 1 week before the day appointed for the settlement of the will, society was again startled by this notice in the daily papers: "To whom it may concern, the rejected suitors of Miss Eleanor Stevens are requested to meet at her late residence on Beechwood Street, Philadelphia, on Monday, the 21st inst., at 10 o'clock a.m., with reference to the legacies due them under her will. Willard Pratt, Executor." "I think that will reawaken popular interest," said the old lawyer dryly. And so it did. 7 days later, when the hour appointed for the reception of Miss Stevens' rejected suitors drew near, the street in the vicinity of her late residence was lined with an eager multitude of men and women. From behind the curtains of every window within a block, unseen spectators awaited the morning's developments, while people who would not acknowledge their curiosity by joining the crowd of confessed sightseers made convenient errands which took them through Beechwood Street at the time appointed for the show. The only drawback to the anticipated enjoyment was the fear that, after all, the suitors might at the last moment fail to appear. But no such catastrophe occurred. It is true that, as the hour drew near in which they were to stand confessed as members of Miss Eleanor's army of martyrs, several of the intended claimants had found themselves weakening in their resolve. Those, for instance, who had justified their claim solely on the ground of an admiration felt but never expressed, felt their courage oozing as the ordeal approached. Others, who were burning incense at new shrines, seriously considered renouncing a claim that would decidedly complicate their present prospects. Still others, who were now happily married, hesitated at opening the old wound and endangering their domestic bliss, even for $25,000, while hardly one but felt some qualms at the thought of openly profiting by an experience that most men hide in the deepest recesses of the heart. It was a question whether pride or profit would win the day. In the end, however, the almighty dollar had proved its right to that title. When Mr. Pratt entered the library of Miss Stevens' late residence at 10 o'clock on this eventful morning, he found the room crowded with a body of men clad in mourning garb and solemnly waiting in various stages of uneasiness for the approach of the long expected moment. As the lawyer silently took his seat behind a baize covered table, the troubled faces grew visibly more troubled, and as he produced sundry important looking documents and laid them on the table, each countenance was stamped with mingled emotions, eager expectancy, in many cases being linked with shame and avarice. "Gentlemen," began the old lawyer, "I must trouble each of you to give me in writing a concise statement of the time, place, and circumstances attending your several offers and rejections, in order that I may have documentary proof that you are entitled to the legacies left you by the terms of Miss Stevens' will." Documentary proof! At those unexpected words the emotion that marked the faces of the strange assembly changed to unmistakable concern. Was this some disagreeable joke? No, the old lawyer waited with unmoved face for the fulfillment of his demand. There was a momentary hesitation. Then, filing up in due order, the applicants, one by one, seated themselves at the table before the old attorney and wrote the account demanded. As the last statement was signed, portieres of the library were suddenly drawn back, and a tall, heavily veiled figure advanced slowly into the middle of the room. Then, as she raised her hand and drew back the thick gauze that masked her face, a cry of terror echoed through the house. The woman was Eleanor Stevens. "Wait!" she commanded. "Don't be alarmed. I am no ghost. The Miss Stevens who died a year ago in the Black Forest was not the Miss Stevens whose loss you are so deeply mourning. By a stupid blunder of peasants with whom I was staying, an exchange of names occurred between myself and an invalid girl whom I had befriended, so that when she died her death certificate was issued under the name of Eleanor Stevens. Some weeks earlier I had been influenced by daily contact with one whose life was fading rapidly away to draw up my will in legal form and to send it home to my lawyer. When I left so suddenly for Europe a year and a half ago, it was because of a conversation overheard between several of my seeming admirers, which changed all my ideas of manly chivalry and affairs of the heart, and which drove me abroad, as I supposed, forever. It was that blundering exchange of names that has given me the opportunity of meeting you under these interesting circumstances. Now, gentlemen, my will, in which you have shown so deep an interest, stipulates that each of my rejected suitors shall receive $25,000 after my death. That bequest will be carried out to the letter when I am really dead. In the meantime, I would gladly read your documentary proofs, but as I have never in all my life rejected but 2 suitors, and as one of these died 6 months ago, and the other is not here today, I shall be obliged to refer you to my lawyer." And with a sweeping courtesy, Miss Stevens withdrew from the room. End of Eleanor Stevens' Will by Isabel Scott Stone. Read by Cynthia Malone, Sartell, Minnesota, March 13th, 2023.
The Black Godmother by John Galsworthy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Black Godmother by John Galsworthy. Sitting out on the lawn at tea with our friend and his retriever, we had been discussing those massacres of the helpless which had of late occurred, and wondering that they should have been committed by the soldiery of so civilized a state, when in a momentary pause of our astonishment, our friend, who had been listening in silence, crumpling the drooping soft ear of his dog, looked up and said, "The cause of atrocities is fear. Fear is at the back of all crimes and most follies." Knowing that his philosophical statements were always the result of concrete instance, and that he would not tell us what that instance was if we asked him, such being his nature, we were careful not to agree. He gave us a look out of those eyes of his, so like the eyes of a mild eagle, and said abruptly, "What do you say to this, then? I was out in the dog days last year with this fellow of mine, looking for Osmunda, and stayed some days in a village, never mind the name. Coming back one evening from my tramp, I saw some boys stoning a mealy-colored dog. I went up and told the young devils to stop it. They looked at me in the injured sort of way that boys do, and one of them called out, "It's mad, governor!" "Nonsense," I said. "Get off with you." They took to their heels, and the dog followed me. It was a young, leggy, mild-looking mongrel cross, I should say between a brown retriever and an Irish terrier. There was a froth about its lips, and its eyes were watery. It looked indeed as if it might be in distemper. I was afraid of infection for this fellow of mine, and whenever it came too close, shoot it away, till at last it slunk off altogether. Well, about 9 o'clock, when I was settling down to write by the open window of my sitting room, still daylight and very quiet and warm, there began that most maddening sound, the barking of an unhappy dog. I could do nothing with that continual yap-yap going on, and as it was too hot to shut the window, I went out to see if I could stop it. The men were all at the pub, and the women just finished with their gossip. There was no sound at all but the continual barking of this dog somewhere away out in the fields. I traveled by ear across 3 meadows, till I came on a haystack by a pool of water. There was the dog, sure enough, the same mealy-colored mongrel, tied to a stake, yapping and making frantic little runs on a bit of rusty chain, whirling round and round the stake, then standing quite still, shivering. I went up and spoke to it, but it backed into the haystack, and there it stayed, shrinking away from me with its tongue hanging out. It had been heavily struck by something on the head. The cheek was cut, one eye half closed, and an ear badly swollen. I tried to get hold of it, but the poor thing was beside itself with fear. It snapped and flew round, so that I had to give it up, and sit down with this fellow here beside me, to try and quiet it. A strange dog, you know, will generally form his estimate of you from the way it sees you treat another dog. I had to sit there quite half an hour before it would let me go up to it, pull the stake out, and lead it away. The poor beast, though it was so feeble from the blows it had received, was still half frantic, and I didn't dare touch it. And all the time I took good care that this fellow here didn't come too near. Then came the question what was to be done. There was no vet, of course, and I'd no place to put it except my sitting room, which didn't belong to me. But looking at its battered head and its half-mad eyes, I thought, "No trusting you with these bumpkins, you'll have to come in here for the night." Well, I got it in, and heaped 2 or 3 of those hairy little red rugs landladies are so fond of up in a corner, and got it onto them, and put down my bread and milk. but it wouldn't eat. Sense of proportion all gone, you see, fairly destroyed with terror. It laid there, moaning, and every now and then it raised its head with a yap of sheer fright, dreadful to hear, and bit the air, as if its enemies were on it again. And this fellow of mine lay in the opposite corner, with its head on his paw, full of dark thoughts. I sat up for a long time watching that poor beast, sick enough, and wondering how it had come to be stoned and kicked and battered into this state. And next day I made it my business to find out. Our friend paused, scanned us a little angrily, and then went on. It had made its first appearance, it seems, following a bicyclist. There are some men, you know, save the mark, who, when their beasts get ill or too expensive, jump on their bicycles and take them for a quick run, taking care never to look behind them. When they get back home, they say, "Hello, where's Fido?" And there's an end. Well, this poor puppy gave up just as it got to our village, and roaming about in search of water attached itself to a farm laborer. The man, with excellent intentions, as he told me himself, tried to take hold of it, but too abruptly so that the startled puppy snapped at him. Whereon he kicked it for a dangerous cur, and it went drifting back towards the village, and fell in with the boys coming home from school. It thought, no doubt, that they were going to kick it too, and nipped one of them, who took it by the collar. Thereupon they hullabalooed and stoned it down the road to where I found them. Then I put in my little bit of torture and drove it away, through fear of infection to my own dog. After that it seems to have fallen in with a man who told me, "Well, you say he came sneaking round my house, with the children playing, and snapped at them when they went to stroke him, so that they came running in to their mother, and she called to me in fine taking about a mad dog. I ran out with a shovel and gave him one, and drove him out. I'm sorry she wasn't mad, he looked it right enough. You can't be too careful with strange dogs." Its next acquaintance was an old stonebreaker, a very decent sort. "Well, you see," the old man explained to me, "the dog came smelling round my stones, and it wouldn't come near, and it wouldn't go away, and it was all froth and blood about the jaw, and its eyes glaring green at me. I thought to myself, being the dog days, I don't like the look of you, you look funny. So I took a stone and got it here, just on the ear, and it fell over. And I thought to myself, well, you've got to finish it, or it'll go biting somebody for sure. But when I come to it with my hammer, the dog it got up, and you know how it is when there's something you've half killed, and you feel sorry, and yet you feel you must finish it. And you hit at it blind, you hit at it again and again. The poor thing, it wriggled and snapped, and I was terrified it'd bite me, and somehow it got away." Again our friend paused, and this time we dared not look at him. The next hospitality it was shown, he went on presently, was by a farmer who, seeing it all bloody, drove it off, thinking it had been digging up a lamb that he had just buried. The poor homeless beast came sneaking back, so he told his men to get rid of it. Well, they got hold of it somehow. There was a hole in its neck that looked as if they had used a pitchfork, and mortally afraid of its biting them, but not liking, as they told me, to drown it, for fear the owner might come on them. They got a stake and a chain and fastened it up, and left it in the water by the haystack where I found it. I had some conversation with that farmer. "Yes," he said, "well, who is to know? I couldn't have my sheep worried. The brute had blood on his muzzle. These curs do a lot of harm when they've once been blooded. You can't run risks." Our friend cut viciously at a dandelion with his stick. "Run risks," he broke out suddenly. That was it, from beginning to end of that poor beast's sufferings. Fear, fear, fear. From that fellow on the bicycle, afraid of the worry and expense as soon as it showed signs of distemper, to the man with the pitchfork. Not one of them, I dare say, would have gone out of his way to do it a harm. But they felt fear, and so, by the law of self-preservation, or whatever you like, it all began. Till there the poor thing was, with a battered head and a hole in its neck, ravenous with hunger and too distraught even to lap my bread and milk. Yes, and there's something uncanny about a suffering animal. We sat watching it, and we were afraid, looking at its eyes and the way it bit the air. Fear. It's the Black Godmother of all damnable things. Our friend bent down, crumpling and crumpling at his dog's ears. We two gazed at the ground, thinking of that poor lost puppy, and the horrible, inevitability of all that happens, seeing men are what they are, thinking of all the foul doings in the world whose black godmother is fear. "And what became of the poor dog?" one of us asked at last. "When," said our friend slowly, "I'd had my fill of watching, I covered it with a rug, took this fellow away with me, and went to bed. There was nothing else to do. At dawn I was wakened by 3 dreadful cries, not like a dog's at all. I hurried down. There was the poor beast, wriggling out from under the rug, stretched on its side, dead. This fellow of mine had followed me in, and he went and sat down by the body. When I spoke to him, he just looked round and wagged his tail along the ground, but would not come away. And there he sat till it was buried, very interested, but not sorry at all." Our friend was silent, looking angrily at something in the distance. And we too were silent, seeing in spirit that vigil of early morning, the thin, lifeless, sandy-colored body stretched out on those red mats, and this black creature now lying at our feet, propped on its haunches like the dog in the death of Procrus, patient, curious, ungrieved, staring down at it with his bright, interested eyes. End of The Black Godmother by John Galsworthy.
A Conversation by Ivan Turgenev. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. A Conversation. Neither the Jungfrau nor the Finstrihorn has yet been trodden by the foot of man. The topmost peaks of the Alps, a whole chain of rugged precipices, the very heart of the mountains. Over the mountain a pale, green, clear, dumb sky. Bitter, cruel frost, hard, sparkling snow, sticking out of the snow, the sullen peaks of the ice-covered, wind-swept mountains. 2 massive forms, 2 giants on the sides of the horizon, the Jungfrau and the Finstrihorn. And the Jungfrau speaks to its neighbour. "What canst thou tell that is new? Thou canst see more. What is there down below? A few thousand years go by. 1 minute." And the Finstrihorn roars back in answer, "Thick clouds cover the earth. Wait a little. 1,000 more years go by. 1 minute." "Well, and now?" asked the Jungfrau. "Now I see there below is all the same. There are blue waters, black forests, grey heaps of piled-up stones. Among them are still fussing to and fro the insects thou knowest, the bipeds that have never yet once defiled thee, nor me. Men? Yes, men. Thousands of years go by. 1 minute. "Well, and now?" asked the Jungfrau. "There seem fewer insects to be seen," thunders the Finstrihorn. "It is clearer down below. The waters have shrunk. The forests are thinner." Again, thousands of years go by. 1 minute. "What seest thou?" says the Jungfrau. "Close about us it seems purer," answers the Finstrihorn. "But there in the distance, in the valleys, are still spots, and something is moving." "And now?" asked the Jungfrau, after more thousands of years. 1 minute. "Now it is well," answers the Finstrihorn. "It is clean everywhere, quite white wherever you look. Everything is our snow, unbroken snow and ice. Everything is frozen. It is well now. It is quiet." "Good," said the Jungfrau. "But we have gossiped enough, old fellow. It's time to slumber." "It is time, indeed." The huge mountains sleep. The green, clear sky sleeps over the region of eternal silence. February 1878. End of a conversation by Ivan Turgenev.
Cross Purposes by George MacDonald. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Benjamin White. Cross Purposes, Chapter 1. Once upon a time, the Queen of Fairyland, finding her own subjects far too well behaved to be amusing, took a sudden longing to have a mortal or two at her court. So after looking about her for some time, she fixed upon 2 to bring to Fairyland. But how were they to be brought? "Please, your Majesty," said at last the daughter of the Prime Minister, "I will bring the girl." The speaker, whose name was Peace Blossom, after her great-great-grandmother, looked so graceful and hung her head so apologetically that the Queen said at once, "How will you manage it, Peace Blossom?" "I will open the road before her and close it behind her." "I have heard that you have pretty ways of doing things, so you may try." The court happened to be held in an open forest glade of smooth turf, upon which there was just one mole-heap. As soon as the Queen had given her permission to Peace Blossom, up through the mole-heap came the head of a goblin, which cried out, "Please, your Majesty, I will bring the boy." "You?" exclaimed the Queen. "How will you do it?" The goblin began to wriggle himself out of the earth, as if he had been a snake and the whole world his skin, till the court was convulsed with laughter. As soon as he got free, he began to roll over and over in every possible manner, rotatory and cylindrical all at once, until he reached the wood. The courtiers followed, holding their sides so that the Queen was left sitting upon her throne in solitary state. When they reached the wood, the goblin, whose name was Toadstool, was nowhere to be seen. While they were looking for him, out popped his head from the mole-heap. Again, with the words, "So, your Majesty, you've taken your own time to answer," said the Queen, laughing. "And my own way, too, your Majesty?" rejoined Toadstool, grinning. "No doubt. Well, you may try." And the goblin, making as much of a bow as he could with only half his neck above ground, disappeared under it. Chapter 2. No mortal or fairy either can tell where Fairyland begins and where it ends. But somewhere on the borders of Fairyland there was a nice country village in which lived some nice country people. Alice was the daughter of the squire, a pretty, good-natured girl whom her friends called fairy-like, and others called silly. One rosy summer evening, when the wall opposite her window was flaked all over with rosiness, she threw herself down on her bed and lay gazing at the wall. The rose color sank through her eyes and dyed her brain, and she began to feel as if she were reading a storybook. She thought she was looking at a western sea with the waves all red with sunset. But when the color died out, Alice gave a sigh to see how commonplace the wall grew. "I wish it was always sunset," she said half aloud. "I don't like gray things." "I will take you where the sun is always setting if you like, Alice," said a sweet, tiny voice near her. She looked down on the coverlet of the bed, and there, looking up at her, stood a lovely little creature. It seemed quite natural that the little lady should be there, for many things we never could believe have only to happen, and then there is nothing strange about them. She was dressed in white, with a cloak of sunset red, the colors of the sweetest of sweet peas. On her head was a crown of twisted tendrils, with a little gold beetle in front. "Are you a fairy?" said Alice. "Yes. Will you go with me to the sunset?" "Yes, I will." When Alice proceeded to rise, she found that she was no bigger than the fairy, and when she stood up on the counterpane, the bed looked like a great hall with a painted ceiling. As she walked toward Peace Blossom, she stumbled several times over the tufts that made the pattern, but the fairy took her by the hand and led her toward the foot of the bed. Long before they reached it, however, Alice saw that the fairy was a tall, slender lady, and that she herself was quite her own size. What she had taken for tufts on the counterpane were really bushes of furze, and broom and heather on the side of the slope. "Where are we?" asked Alice. "Going on," answered the fairy. Alice, not liking the reply, said, "I want to go home." "Goodbye, then," answered the fairy. Alice looked around. A wide, hilly country lay all about them. She could not even tell from what quarter they had come. "I must go with you, I see," she said. Before they reached the bottom, they were walking over the loveliest meadow grass. A little stream went cantering down beside them, without channel or bank, sometimes running between the blades, sometimes sweeping the grass all one way under it, and it made a great babbling for such a little stream and such a smooth course. Gradually the slope grew gentler, and the stream flowed more softly and spread out wider. Gradually the slope grew gentler, and the stream flowed more softly and spread out wider. At length they came to a wood of long, straight poplars growing out of the water, for the stream ran into the wood, and there stretched out into a lake. Alice thought they could go no farther, but Peas Blossom led her straight on, and they walked through. It was now dark, but everything under the water gave out a pale, quiet light. There were deep pools here and there, but there was no mud, or frogs, or water lizards, or eels. All the bottom was pure, lovely grass, brilliantly green. Down the banks of the pools she saw all under water primroses and violets and pimpernels. Any flower she wished to see she had only to look for, and she was sure to find it. When a pool came in their way, the fairy swam, and Alice swam by her, and when they got out they were quite dry, though the water was as delightfully wet as water should be. Besides the trees, tall splendid lilies grew out of it, and hollyhocks and irises and sword plants and many other long-stemmed flowers. From every leaf and petal of these, from every branch, tip, and tendril dropped bright water. It gathered slowly at each point, but the points were so many that there was a constant musical plashing of diamond rain upon the still surface of the lake. As they went on, the moon rose, and threw a pale mist of light over the whole, and the diamond drops turned to half-liquid pearls, and round every treetop was a halo of moonlight, and the water went to sleep, and the flowers began to dream. "Look," said the fairy, "those lilies are just dreaming themselves into a child's sleep. I can see them smiling. This is the place out of which go the things that appear to children every night." "Is this dreamland, then?" asked Alice. "If you like," answered the fairy. "How far am I from home?" "The farther you go, the nearer home you are." Then the fairy lady gathered a bundle of poppies and gave it to Alice. The next deep pool that they came to, she told her to throw it in. Alice did so, and following it, laid her head upon it. That moment she began to sink. Down and down she went, till at last she felt herself lying on the long, thick grass at the bottom of the pool, with the poppies under her head, and the clear water high over it. Up through it she saw the moon, whose bright face looked sleepy too, disturbed only by the little ripples of the rain from the tall flowers on the edges of the pool. She fell fast asleep, and all night dreamed about home. Chapter 3. Richard, which is name enough for a fairy story, was the son of a widow in Alice's village. He was so poor that he did not find himself generally welcome, so he hardly went anywhere, but read books at home and waited upon his mother. His manners, therefore, were shy and sufficiently awkward to give an unfavorable impression to those who looked at outsides. Alice would have despised him, but he never came near enough for that. Now Richard had been saving up his few pence in order to buy an umbrella for his mother, for the winter would come, and the one she had was almost torn to ribbons. One bright summer evening, when he thought umbrellas must be cheap, he was walking across the marketplace to buy one. There, in the middle of it, stood an odd-looking little man, actually selling umbrellas. Here was a chance for him. When he drew nearer, he found that the little man, while vaunting his umbrellas to the skies, was asking such absurdly small prices for them that no one would venture to buy one. He had opened and laid them all out at full stretch on the marketplace, about 25 of them, stick downwards like little tents, and he stood beside, haranguing the people. But he would not allow one of the crowd to touch his umbrellas. As soon as his eyes fell upon Richard, he changed his tone and said, "Well, As nobody seems inclined to buy, I think, my dear umbrellas, we had better be going home. Whereupon the umbrellas got up with some difficulty and began hobbling away. The people stared at each other with open mouths, for they saw what they had taken for a lot of umbrellas was in reality a flock of black geese. A great turkey cock went gobbling behind them, driving them all down a lane toward the forest. Richard thought with himself, there is more in this than I can account for. But an umbrella that could lay eggs would be a very jolly umbrella. So by the time the people were beginning to laugh at each other, Richard was halfway down the lane at the heels of the geese. There he stopped and caught one of them, but instead of a goose he had a huge hedgehog in his hands, which he dropped in dismay, whereupon it waddled away a goose as before, and the whole of them began cackling and hissing in a way that he could not mistake. For the turkey cock, he gobbled and gabbled and choked himself and got right again in the most ridiculous manner. In fact, he seemed sometimes to forget that he was a turkey and laughed like a fool. All at once, with a simultaneous long-necked hiss, they flew into the wood, and the turkey after them. But Richard soon got up with them again and found them all hanging by their feet from the trees in 2 rows, one on each side of the path, while the turkey was walking on. Him Richard followed, but the moment he reached the middle of the suspended geese, from every side arose the most frightful hisses, and their necks grew longer and longer, till there were nearly 30 broad bills close to his head, blowing in his face and his ears and at the back of his neck. But the turkey, looking round and seeing what was going on, turned and walked back. When he reached the place, he looked up at the first and gobbled at him in the wildest manner. That goose grew silent and dropped from the tree. Then he went to the next, and so on, till he had gobbled them all off the trees, one after another. But when Richard expected to see them go after the turkey, there was nothing there but a flock of huge mushroom and puffballs. "I've had enough of this," thought Richard. "I will go home again." "Go home, Richard," said a voice close to him. Looking down, he saw instead of the turkey the most comical-looking little man he had ever seen. "Go home, Master Richard," repeated he, grinning. "Not for your bidding," answered Richard. "Come on, then, Master Richard." "Nor that either, without a good reason. I'll give you such an umbrella for your mother. I don't take presents from strangers. Bless you, I'm no stranger here, oh no, not at all." And he set off in the manner usual with him, rolling every way at once. Richard could not help laughing and following. At length Toadstool plumped into a great hole full of water. "Served him right," thought Richard. "Served him right," bawled the goblin, crawling out again and shaking the water from him like a spaniel. "This is the very place I wanted, only I rolled too fast." However, he went on rolling again faster than before, though it was now uphill, till he came to the top of a considerable height, on which grew a number of palm trees. "Have you a knife, Richard?" said the goblin, stopping all at once, as if he had been walking quietly along, just like other people. Richard pulled out a pocket knife and gave it to the creature, who instantly cut a deep gash in one of the trees. Then he bounded to another and did the same, and so on till he had gashed them all. Richard, following him, saw that a little stream, clearer than the clearest water, began to flow from each, increasing in size the longer it flowed. Before he had reached the last, there was quite a tinkling and rustling of the little rills that ran down the stems of the palms. This grew and grew till Richard saw that a full rivulet was flowing down the side of the hill. "Here's your knife, Richard," said the goblin. But by the time he had put it in his pocket, the rivulet had grown to a small torrent. "Now, Richard, come along," said Toadstool, and threw himself into the torrent. "I would rather have a boat," returned Richard. "Oh, you stupid!" cried Toadstool, crawling up the side of the hill, down which the stream had already carried him some distance. With every contortion that labor and difficulty could suggest, yet with incredible rapidity, he crawled to the very top of one of the trees and tore down a huge leaf, which he threw on the ground and himself after it, rebounding like a ball. He then laid the leaf on the water, held it by the stem, and told Richard to get upon it. He did so, and went down deep in the middle with his weight. Toadstool let it go, and it shot down the stream like an arrow. This began the strangest and most delightful voyage. The stream rushed careering and curveting down the hillside, bright as a diamond, and soon reached a meadow plain. The goblin rolled alongside of the boat like a bundle of weeds. It went straight as an arrow, and, strange to tell, was heaped up on the ground like a ridge of water or a wave, only rushing on endways. It needed no channel and turned aside for no opposition. It flowed over everything that crossed its path, like a great serpent of water, with folds fitting into all the ups and downs of the way. If a wall came in its course, it flowed against it, heaping itself up on itself till it reached the top, whence it plunged to the foot on the other side, and flowed on. Soon he found that he was running gently up a grassy hill. The waves kept curling back as if the wind blew them, or as if they could hardly keep from running down again. But still the stream mounted and flowed, and the waves with it. It found it difficult, but it could do it. When they reached the top, it bore them across a heathy country, rolling over purple heather, and blue harebells, and delicate ferns, and tall foxgloves crowded with bells purple and white. All the time the palm leaf curled its edges away from the water, and made a delightful boat for Richard, while Toadstool tumbled along in the stream like a porpoise. At length the water began to run very fast, and went faster and faster, till suddenly it plunged them into a deep lake with a great splash, and stopped there. Toadstool went out of sight, and came up gasping and grinning, while Richard's boat tossed and heaved like a vessel in a storm at sea, but not a drop of water came in. Then the goblin began to swim, and pushed and tugged the boat along, but the lake was so still, and the motion so pleasant, that Richard fell fast asleep. Chapter 4. When he woke, he found himself still afloat upon the broad palm leaf. He was alone in the middle of a lake, with flowers and trees growing in and out of it everywhere. The sun was just over the treetops. A drip of water from the flowers greeted him with music. The mists were dissolving away, and where the sunlight fell on the lake, the water was clear as glass. Casting his eyes downward, he saw just beneath him, far down at the bottom, Alice, drowned, as he thought, and was in the act of plunging in when he saw her open her eyes and at the same moment begin to float up. He held out his hand, but she repelled it with disdain, and, swimming to a tree, sat down on a low branch, wondering how ever the poor widow's son could have found his way into fairyland. She did not like it. It was an invasion of privilege. "How did you come here, Richard?" she asked from 6 yards off. "A goblin brought me." "Ah, I thought so. A fairy brought me." "Where's your fairy?" "Here I am," said Peaseblossom, rising slowly to the surface just by the tree on which Alice was seated. "Where's your goblin?" retorted Alice. "Here I am," bawled Toadstool, rushing out of the water like a salmon and casting a somersault in the air before he fell in again with a tremendous splash. His head rose again close beside Peaseblossom, who, being used to such creatures, only laughed. "Isn't he handsome?" he grinned. "Yes, very. He wants polishing, though." "You could do that for yourself, you know. Shall we change?" "I don't mind. You'll find her rather silly." "That's nothing. The boy's too sensible for me." He dived and rose at Alice's feet. She shrieked with terror. The fairy floated away like a water lily towards Richard. "What a lovely creature," thought he, but hearing Alice shriek again, he said, "Don't leave Alice. She's frightened at the queer creature. I don't think there's any harm in him, though, Alice." "Oh, no, he won't hurt her," said Peaseblossom. "I'm tired of her. He's going to take her to court, and I will take you." "I don't want to go." "But you must. You can't go home again. You don't know the way." "Richard! Richard!" cried Alice in an agony. Richard sprang from his boat and was by her side in a moment. "He pinched me!" cried Alice. Richard hit the goblin a terrible blow on the head, but it took no more effect upon him than if his head had been a round ball of India rubber. He gave Richard a furious look, however, and bawling out, "You'll repent that, Dick!" vanished under the water. "Come along, Richard, make haste. He will murder you," cried the fairy. "It's all your fault," said Richard. "I won't leave Alice." Then the fairy saw it was all over with her and Toadstool, for they can do nothing with mortals against their will. So she floated away across the water in Richard's boat, holding her robe for a sail, and vanished, leaving the two alone in the lake. "You have driven away my fairy," cried Alice. "I shall never get home now. It is all your fault, you naughty young man." "I drove away the goblin," remonstrated Richard. "Will you please to sit on the other side of the tree? I wonder what my papa would say if he saw me talking to you." "Will you come to the next tree, Alice?" said Richard after a pause. Alice, who had been crying all the time that Richard was thinking, said, "I won't." Richard therefore plunged into the water without her and swam for the tree. Before he had got halfway, however, he heard Alice crying, "Richard, Richard!" This was just what he wanted, so he turned back, and Alice threw herself into the water. With Richard's help, she swam pretty well, and they reached the tree. "Now for the next," said Richard, and they swam to the next, and then to the third. Every tree they reached was larger than the last, and every tree before them was larger still. So they swam from tree to tree till they came to one that was so large that they could not see round it. What was to be done? Clearly to climb this tree. It was a dreadful prospect for Alice, but Richard proceeded to climb, and by putting her feet where he put his, and now and then getting hold of his ankle, she managed to make her way up. There were a great many stumps where branches had withered off, and the bark was nearly as rough as a hillside, so there was plenty of foothold for them. When they had climbed a long time and were getting very tired indeed, Alice cried out, "Richard, I shall drop, I shall! Why did you come this way?" And she began once more to cry. But at that moment Richard caught hold of a branch above his head, and reaching down his other hand got hold of Alice and held her till she had recovered a little. In a few moments more they reached the fork of the tree, and there they sat and rested. "This is capital," said Richard cheerily. "What is?" asked Alice sulkily. "Why, we have room to rest, and there's no hurry for a minute or two. I'm tired." "You selfish creature," said Alice. "If you are tired, what must I be?" "Tired too?" answered Richard. "But we've got on bravely, and look, what's that?" By this time the day was gone, and the night so near that in the shadows of the tree all was dusky and dim. But there was still light enough to discover that in a niche of the tree sat a huge horned owl with green spectacles on his beak and a book in one foot. He took no heed of the intruders, but kept muttering to himself. And what do you think the owl was saying? I will tell you. He was talking about the book that he held upside down in his foot. "Stupid book, this. Nothing in it at all. Everything upside down, stupid ass. Says owls can't read. I can read backwards." "I think that's the goblin again," said Richard in a whisper. "However, if you ask a plain question, he must give you a plain answer, for they are not allowed to tell downright lies in Fairyland." "Don't ask him, Richard. You know you gave him a dreadful blow." "I gave him what he deserved, and he owes me the same. Hello, which is the way out?" He wouldn't say, "if you please," because then it would not have been a plain question. "Downstairs," hissed the owl, without ever lifting his eyes from the book, which all the time he read upside down, so learned was he. "On your honor, as a respectable old owl?" asked Richard. "No," hissed the owl, and Richard was almost sure that he was not really an owl. So he stood staring at him for a few moments, when all at once, without lifting his eyes from the book, the owl said, "I will sing a song," and began, "Nobody knows the world but me. When they're all in bed, I sit up to see. I'm a better student than students all, for I never read till the darkness fall, and I never read without my glasses, and that is how my wisdom passes. Howl, owl, hole, lol. I can see the wind now, who can do that? I see the dreams that he has in his hat. I see him snorting them out as he goes, out at his stupid old trumpet nose. 10,000 things that you couldn't think, I write them down with pen and ink. Howl, owl, wool, lo, it, tit, that's wit. You may call it learning, 'tis mother's wit. No one else sees the lady moon sit on the sea, her nest all night but the owl, hatching the boats and the long-legged fowl. When the oysters gape to sing by rote, she crams a pearl down each stupid throat. Howl, owl, wit, tit, that's wit. There's a fowl. And so singing, he threw the book in Richard's face, spreading out his great, silent, soft wings, and sped away into the depths of the tree. When the book struck Richard, he found that it was only a lump of wet moss. While talking to the owl, he had spied a hollow behind one of the branches. Judging this to be the way the owl meant, he went to see and found a rude, ill-defined staircase going down into the very heart of the trunk. But so large was the tree that this could not have hurt it in the least. Down this stair, then, Richard scrambled as best he could, followed by Alice, not of her own will, she gave him clearly to understand, but because she could do no better. Down, down they went, slipping and falling sometimes, but never very far. Because the stair went round and round, it caught Richard when he slipped, and he caught Alice when she did. They had begun to fear that there was no end to the stair. It went round and round so steadily, when, creeping through a crack, they found themselves in a great hall, supported by thousands of pillars of gray stone. Where the little light came from, they could not tell. This hall they began to cross in a straight line, hoping to reach one side and intending to walk along it till they came to some opening. They kept straight by, going from pillar to pillar, as they had done before by the trees. Any honest plan will do in fairyland if you only stick to it, and no plan will do if you do not stick to it. It was very silent, and Alice disliked the silence more than the dimness, so much indeed that she longed to hear Richard's voice. But she had always been so cross to him when he had spoken that he thought it better to let her speak first, and she was too proud to do that. She would not even let him walk alongside of her, but always went slower when he wanted to wait for her, so that at last he strode on alone, and Alice followed. But by degrees the horror of silence grew upon her, and she felt at last as if there was no one in the universe but herself. The hall went on widening around her. Their footsteps made no noise. The silence grew so intense that it seemed on the point of taking shape. At last she could bear it no longer. She ran after Richard, got up with him, and laid hold of his arm. He had been thinking for some time what an obstinate, disagreeable girl Alice was, and wishing he had her safe home to be rid of her, when, feeling a hand and looking round, he saw that it was the disagreeable girl. She soon began to be companionable after a fashion, for she began to think, putting everything together, that Richard must have been several times in fairyland before now. "It is very strange," she said to herself, "for he is quite a poor boy, I am sure of that. His arms stick out beyond his jacket like the ribs of his mother's umbrella, and to think of me wandering about fairyland with him." The moment she touched his arm, they saw an arch of blackness before them. They had walked straight to a door, not a very inviting one, for it opened upon an utterly dark passage. Where there was only one door, however, there was no difficulty about choosing. Richard walked straight through it, and from the greater fear of being left behind, Alice faced the lesser fear of going on. In a moment they were in total darkness. Alice clung to Richard's arm and murmured, almost against her will, "Dear Richard!" It was strange that fear should speak like love, but it was in fairyland. It was strange, too, that as soon as she spoke thus, Richard should fall in love with her all at once. But what was more curious still was that at the same moment Richard saw her face. In spite of her fear, which had made her pale, she looked very lovely. "Dear Alice," said Richard, "how pale you look." "How can you tell that, Richard, when all is as black as pitch?" "I can see your face. It gives out light. Now I see your hands. Now I can see your feet. Yes, I can see every spot where you are going to. No, don't put your foot there. There's an ugly toad just there." The fact was that the moment he began to love Alice, his eyes began to send forth light. What he thought came from Alice's face really came from his eyes. All about her and her path he could see, and every minute saw better. But to his own path he was blind. He could not see his hand when he held it straight before his face, so dark was it. But he could see Alice, and that was better than seeing the way, ever so much. At length Alice too began to see a face dawning through the darkness. It was Richard's face, but it was far handsomer than when she saw it last. Her eyes had begun to give light too, and she said to herself, "Can it be that I love the poor widow's son? I suppose that must be it," she answered herself with a smile, for she was not disgusted with herself at all. Richard saw the smile and was glad. Her paleness had gone, and a sweet rosiness had taken its place, and now she saw Richard's path as he saw hers, and between the two sights they got on well. They were now walking on a path betwixt two deep waters which never moved. shining as black as ebony where the eyelight fell. But they saw ere long that this path kept growing narrower and narrower. At last, to Alice's dismay, the black waters met in front of them. "What is to be done now, Richard?" she said. When they fixed their eyes on the water before them, they saw that it was swarming with lizards and frogs and black snakes and all kinds of strange and ugly creatures, especially some that had neither heads nor tails nor legs nor fins nor feelers, being in fact only living lumps. These kept jumping out and in and sprawling upon the path. Richard thought for a few moments before replying to Alice's questions, as indeed well he might, but he came to the conclusion that the path could not have gone on for the sake of stopping there, and that it must be a kind of finger that pointed on where it was not allowed to go itself. So he caught up Alice in his strong arms and jumped into the middle of the horrid swarm. And just as minnows vanish if you throw anything amongst them, just so these wretched creatures vanished right and left and every way. He found the water broader than he had expected, and before he got over, he found Alice heavier than he could have believed. But upon a firm, rocky bottom, Richard waded through in safety. When he reached the other side, he found that the bank was a lofty, smooth, perpendicular rock with some rough steps cut in it. By and by, the steps led them right into the rock, and they were in a narrow passage once more, but this time leading up. It wound round and round, like the thread of a great screw. At last Richard knocked his head against something and could go no farther. The place was close and hot. He put up his hands and pushed what felt like a warm stone. It moved a little. "Go down, you brutes!" growled a voice above, quivering with anger. "You'll upset my pot and my cat and my temper, too, if you push that way. Go down!" Richard knocked very gently and said, "Please let us out." Yes, I dare say, very fine and soft-spoken. Go down, you goblin brutes. I've had enough of you. I'll scald the hair off your ugly heads if you do that again. Go down, I say." Seeing fair speech was of no avail, Richard told Alice to go down a little, out of the way, and setting his shoulders to one end of the stone, heaved it up, whereupon down came the other end with a pot and a fire and a cat which had been asleep beside it. She frightened Alice dreadfully as she rushed past her, showing nothing but her green, lamping eyes. Richard, peeping up, found that he had turned a hearthstone upside down. On the edge of the hole stood a little crooked old man, brandishing a mop-stick in a tremendous rage, and hesitating only where to strike him. But Richard put him out of his difficulty by springing up and taking the stick from him. Then, having lifted Alice out, he returned it with a bow, and heedless of the maledictions of the old man, proceeded to get the stone and the pot up again. For Puss, she got out of herself. Then the old man became a little more friendly and said, "I beg your pardon. I thought you were goblins. They never well let me alone. But you must allow it was rather an unusual way of paying a morning call." And the creature bowed conciliatingly. "It was indeed," answered Richard. "I wish you had turned the door to us instead of the hearthstone," for he did not trust the old man. "But," he added, "I hope you will forgive us." "Oh, certainly, certainly, my dear young people. Use your freedom, but such young people have no business to be out alone. It is against the rules." "But what is one to do? I mean two to do, when they can't help it?" Yes, of course. But now you know I must take charge of you. So, you sit there, young gentleman, and you sit there, young lady." He put a chair for one at one side of the hearth, and for the other at the other side, and then drew his chair between them. The cat got upon his hump, and then set up her own. So here was a wall that would let through no moonshine. But although both Richard and Alice were very much amused, they did not like to be parted in this peremptory manner. Still, they thought it better not to anger the old man any more, in his own house, too. But he had been once angered, and that was once too often, for he had made it a rule never to forgive without taking it out in humiliation. It was so disagreeable to have him sitting there between them that they felt as if they were far asunder. In order to get the better of the fancy, they wanted to hold each other's hand behind the dwarf's back. But the moment their hands began to approach, the back of the cat began to grow long, and its hump to grow high, and in a moment more Richard found himself crawling wearily up a steep hill, whose ridge rose against the stars, while a cold wind blew drearily over it. Not a habitation was in sight, and Alice had vanished from his eyes. He felt, however, that she must be somewhere on the other side, and so climbed and climbed to get over the brow of the hill and down to where he thought she must be. But the longer he climbed, the farther off the top of the hill seemed, till at last he sank quite exhausted, and, must I confess it, very nearly began to cry. To think of being separated from Alice all at once, and in such a disagreeable way! But he fell a-thinking instead, and soon said to himself, "This must be some trick of that wretched old man. Either this mountain is a cat, or it is not. If it is a mountain, this won't hurt it. If it is a cat, I hope it will." With that he pulled out his pocket-knife, and feeling for a soft place, drove it at one blow up to the handle in the side of the mountain. A terrific shriek was the first result, and the second that Alice and he sat looking at each other across the old man's hump, from which the cat-a-mountain had vanished. Their host sat staring at the blank fireplace without ever turning round, pretending to know nothing of what had taken place. "Come along, Alice," said Richard, rising. "This won't do. We won't stop here." Alice rose at once and put her hand in his. They walked toward the door. The old man took no notice of them. The moon was shining brightly through the window, but instead of stepping out into the moonlight when they opened the door, they stepped into a great beautiful hall through the high Gothic windows of which the same moon was shining. Out of this hall they could find no way, except by a staircase of stone which led upwards. They ascended it together. At the top, Alice let go Richard's hand to peep into a little room which looked all the colors of the rainbow, just like the inside of a diamond. Richard went a step or two along a corridor, but finding she had left him, turned and looked into the chamber. He could see her nowhere. The room was full of doors, and she must have mistaken the door. He heard her voice calling him and hurried in the direction of the sound, but he could see nothing of her. "More tricks," he said to himself. "It is of no use to stab this one. I must wait till I see what can be done." Still he heard Alice calling him, and still he followed, as well as he could. At length he came to a doorway, open to the air, through which the moonlight fell. But when he reached it, he found that it was high up in the side of a tower, the wall of which went straight down from his feet, without stair or descent of any kind. Again he heard Alice call him, and lifting his eyes, saw her across a wide castle court, standing at another door just like the one he was at, with the moon shining full upon her. "All right, Alice," he cried. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," answered she. "Then listen, this is all a trick. It is all a lie of that old wretch in the kitchen. Just reach out your hand, Alice dear." Alice did as Richard asked her, and although they saw each other many yards off across the court, their hands met. "There, I thought so," exclaimed Richard triumphantly. "Now, Alice, I don't believe it is more than a foot or two down to the court below, though it looks like 100 feet. Keep fast hold of my hand and jump when I count 3. But Alice drew her hand from him in sudden dismay, whereupon Richard said, "Well, I will try first," and jumped. The same moment his cheery laugh came to Alice's ears, and she saw him standing safe on the ground far below. "Jump, dear Alice, and I will catch you," said he. "I can't, I'm afraid," answered she. "The old man is somewhere near. You had better jump," said Richard. Alice sprang from the wall in terror and only fell a foot or two into Richard's arms. The moment she touched the ground, they found themselves outside the door of a little cottage, which they knew very well, for it was only just within the wood that bordered on their village. Hand in hand they ran home as fast as they could. When they reached a little gate that led into her father's grounds, Richard bade Alice good-bye. The tears came in her eyes. Richard and she seemed to have grown quite man and woman in fairyland, and they did not want to part now. But they felt that they must. So Alice ran in the back way and reached her own room before anyone had missed her. Indeed, the last of the red had not quite faded from the west. As Richard crossed the marketplace on his way home, he saw an umbrella man just selling the last of his umbrellas. He thought the man gave him a queer look as he passed, and felt very much inclined to punch his head. But remembering how useless it had been to punch the goblin's head, he thought it better not. In reward of their courage, the Fairy Queen sent them permission to visit Fairyland as often as they pleased, and no goblin or fairy was allowed to interfere with them. For Peaseblossom and Toadstool, They were both banished from court and compelled to live together for 7 years in an old tree that had just one green leaf upon it. Toadstool did not mind it much, but Peaseblossom did. End of Cross Purposes by George MacDonald.
The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Happy Prince. High above the city on a tall column stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. "He is as beautiful as a weathercock," remarked one of the town councillors, who wished to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes. "Only not quite so useful," he added, fearing lest people should think him unpractical, which he really was not. "Why can't you be more like the Happy Prince?" asked a sensible mother of her little boy, who was crying for the moon. The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything. "I'm so glad there's someone in the world who's quite happy," muttered a disappointed man as he gazed at the wonderful statue. "He looks just like an angel," said the charity children as they came out of the cathedral in their bright scarlet cloaks and clean white pinafores. "How do you know?" said the mathematical master. "You have never seen one." "Ah, but we have in our dreams," answered the children. And the mathematical master frowned and looked very severe, for he did not approve of children dreaming. One night there flew over the city a little swallow. His friends had gone away to Egypt 6 weeks before, but he had stayed behind, for he was in love with the most beautiful reed. He had met her early in the spring as he was flying down to the river after a big yellow moth, and had been so attracted by her slender waist that he had stopped to talk to her. "Shall I love you?" said the swallow, who liked to come to the point at once, and the reed made him a low bow. So he flew round and round her, touching the water with his wings and making silver ripples. This was his courtship, and it lasted all through the summer. "This is a ridiculous attachment," twittered the other swallows. "She has no money and far too many relations, and indeed the river was quite full of reeds." Then, when the autumn came, they all flew away. After they had gone he felt lonely and began to tire of his lady-love. "She has no conversation," he said, "and I'm afraid she's a little coquette, for she is always flirting with the wind." And certainly, whenever the wind blew, the reed made the most graceful curtsies. "I admit she is domestic," he continued, "but I love traveling, and my wife, consequently, should love traveling also." "Will you come away with me?" he finally said to her, but the reed shook her head. She was so attached to her home. "You have been trifling with me," he cried. "I'm off to the pyramids. Goodbye." And he flew away. All day long he flew, and at night time he arrived in the city. "Where shall I put up?" he said. "I hope the town has made preparations." Then he saw the statue on the tall column. "I will put up there," he cried, "for it is a fine position with plenty of fresh air." So he alighted just between the feet of the Happy Prince. "I have a golden bedroom," he said softly to himself as he looked around and prepared to go to sleep. But just as he was putting his head under his wing, a large drop of water fell on him. "What a curious thing!" he cried. "There is not a single cloud in the sky, and the stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. The climate of the north of Europe is really dreadful. The reed used to like the rain, but that was merely her selfishness." Then another drop fell. "What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep off the rain?" he said. "I must go look for a good chimney pot," and he determined to fly away. But before he had opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw, ah, what did he see? The eyes of the prince were filled with tears, and tears were running down his golden cheeks. His face was so beautiful in the moonlight that the little swallow was filled with pity. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am the happy prince." "Why are you weeping then?" asked the swallow. "You have quite drenched me." "When I was alive and had a human heart," answered the statue, "I did not know what tears were, for I lived in the palace of Sansuki, where sorrow is not allowed to enter. In the daytime I played with my companions in the garden, and in the evening I led the dance in the great hall. Round the garden ran a very lofty wall, but I never cared to ask what lay beyond it. Everything about me was so beautiful. My courtiers called me the happy prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. So I lived, and so I died. And now that I am dead, they have set me here, so high that I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city, and though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep." "What? He is not solid gold?" said the swallow to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud. "Far away," continued the statue in a low, musical voice, "far away, in a little street, there is a poor house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn, and she has coarse, red hands, all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest of the queen's maids of honor to wear for the next court ball. In a bedroom in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever and is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him but river water, so he is crying. Swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword hilt? My feet are fastened to the pedestal, and I cannot move." "I am waited for in Egypt," said the swallow. "My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers. Soon they will go to sleep in the tomb of the great king. The king is there himself in his painted coffin. He is wrapped in yellow linen and embalmed with spices. Round his neck is a chain of pale green jade, and his hands are like withered leaves." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother so sad." "I don't think I like little boys," answered the swallow. "Last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys, the miller's sons, who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me. Of course, we swallows fly far too well for that. And besides, I come from a family famous for its agility, but still, it was a mark of disrespect." But the happy prince looked so sad that the little swallow was sorry. "It's very cold here," he said, "but I will stay with you one night and be your messenger." "Thank you, little swallow," said the prince. So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the cathedral tower, where the white marble angels were sculptured. He passed by the palace and heard the sounds of dancing. A beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover. "How wonderful the stars are," he said to her, "and how wonderful is the power of love." "I hope my dress will be ready in time for the state ball," she answered. "I have ordered passion flowers to be embroidered on it, but the seamstresses are so lazy." He passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. He passed over the ghetto and saw the old Jews bargaining with each other and weighing out money in copper scales. At last he came to the poorhouse and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep, she was so tired. In he hopped and laid the great ruby on the table beside the woman's thimble. Then he flew gently round the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with his wings. "How cool I feel," said the boy. "I must be getting better." And he sank into a delicious slumber. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done. "It is curious," he remarked, "but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold." "That is because you have done a good action," said the prince, and the little swallow began to think, and then he fell asleep. Thinking always made him sleepy. When day broke, he flew down to the river and had a bath. "What a remarkable phenomenon," said the professor of ornithology as he was passing over the bridge. "A swallow in the winter!" And he wrote a long letter about it to the local newspaper. Everyone quoted it. It was full of so many words that they could not understand. "Tonight I go to Egypt," said the swallow, and he was in high spirits at the prospect. He visited all the public monuments and sat a long time on top of the church steeple. Wherever he went, the sparrows chirped and said to each other, "What a distinguished stranger!" So he enjoyed himself very much. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. "Have you any commissions for Egypt?" he cried. "I'm just starting." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me one night longer?" "I am waited for in Egypt," answered the swallow. "Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse crouches there among the bulrushes, and on a great granite throne sits the god Memnon. All night long he watches the stars, and when the morning star shines, he utters one cry of joy, and then he is silent. At noon the yellow lions come down to the water's edge to drink. They have eyes like green beryls, and their roar is louder than the roar of the cataract." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. "Far away across the city I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers. In a tumbler by his side there is a bunch of withered violets. His hair is brown and crisp, and his lips are red as a pomegranate, and he has large, dreamy eyes. He is trying to finish a play for the director of the theater, but he is too cold to write any more. There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint." "I will wait with you one more night," said the swallow, who really had a good heart. "Shall I take him another ruby?" "Alas, I have no ruby now," said the prince. "My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy food and firewood and finish his play." "Dear prince," said the swallow, "I cannot do that." And he began to weep. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "do as I command you." So the swallow plucked out the prince's eye and flew away to the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in, as there is a hole in the roof. Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings, and when he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire lying on the withered violets. "I am beginning to be appreciated," he cried. "This is from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play," and he looked quite happy. The next day the swallow flew down to the harbor. He sat on the mast of a large vessel and watched the sailors hauling big chests out of the hold with the ropes. "Heave-a-ho!" they shouted as each chest came up. "I'm going to Egypt!" cried Swallow, but nobody minded, and when the moon rose he flew back to the happy prince. "I am come to bid you good-bye," he cried. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me one night longer?" "It is winter," answered the swallow, "and the chill snow will be here soon. In Egypt the sun is warm on the green palm trees, and the crocodiles lie in the mud and look lazily about them. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbec, and the pink and white doves are watching them and cooing to each other. Dear prince, I must leave you, but I will never forget you, and next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as a great sea." "In the square below," said the happy prince, "there stands a little match girl. She has let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying, She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare. Pluck out my other eye and give it to her, and her father will not beat her." "I will stay with you one night longer," said the swallow, "but I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "do as I command you." So he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. "What a lovely bit of glass!" cried the little girl, and she ran home laughing. Then the swallow came back to the prince. "You are blind now," he said, "so I will stay with you always." "No, little swallow," said the poor prince, "you must go away to Egypt." "I will stay with you always," said the swallow, and he slept at the prince's feet. All the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen in strange lands. He told him of the red ibises who stand in long rows on the bank of the Nile and catch goldfish in their beaks, and of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and lives in the desert and knows everything, of the merchants who walk slowly by the side of their camels and carry amber beads in their hands, of the king of the mountains of the moon, who is as black as ebony and worships a large crystal, and of the great green snake that sleeps in the palm tree and has 20 priests to feed it with honey cakes, and of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on flat leaves and who are always at war with the butterflies. "Dear little swallow," said the prince, "you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and women. There is no mystery so great as misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see." So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while the beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children looking out listlessly at the black streets. Under the archway of the bridge, 2 little boys were lying in one another's arms to try to keep themselves warm. "How hungry we are," they said. "You must not lie here," shouted the watchman, and they wandered out into the rain. Then he flew back and told the prince what he had seen. "I am covered with fine gold," said the prince. "You must take it off, leaf by leaf, and give it to my poor. The living always think that gold can make them happy." Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and grey. Leaf after leaf of fine gold he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the streets. "We have bread now," they cried. Then the snow came, and after the snow came the frost. The streets looked as if they were made of silver, they were so bright and glistening. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but he would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But at last he knew he was going to die. He had just enough strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more. "Goodbye, dear prince," he murmured. "Will you let me kiss your hand?" "I am glad that you are going to Egypt at last, little swallow," said the prince. "You have stayed too long here, but you must kiss me on the lips, for I love you." "It's not to Egypt that I am going," said the swallow. "I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?" And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right in two. It certainly was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning the mayor was walking in the square below in company with the town councillors. As they passed the column he looked up at the statue. "Dear me, How shabby the Happy Prince looks, he said. How shabby indeed, cried the town councillors, who always agreed with the mayor, and they went up to look at it. The ruby has fallen out of his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is golden no longer, said the mayor. In fact, he is little better than a beggar. Little better than a beggar, said the town councillors. And here is actually a dead bird at his feet, continued the mayor. We really must issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here. And the town clerk made note of the suggestion. And so they pulled down the statue of the Happy Prince. As he is no longer beautiful, he is no longer useful, said the art professor at the university. Then they melted the statue in a furnace, and the mayor held a meeting of the corporation to decide what was to be done with the metal. We must have another statue, of course, he said, and it shall be a statue of myself. Of myself, said each of the town councillors, and they quarrelled. When I last heard of them, they were quarrelling still. What a strange thing, said the overseer of the workmen at the foundry. This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away. So they threw it on a dust heap where the dead swallow was also lying. Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels, and the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God, for in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing for evermore, and in my city of gold the Happy Prince shall praise me. End of The Happy Prince.
The Malay Krise by Clark Ashton Smith. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Malay Krise by Clark Ashton Smith. Sahib, said the sword dealer, this blade which came from far Singapore has not its equal for sharpness in all Delhi. He handed me the blade for inspection. It was a long Krise, or Malay knife, with a curious boat-shaped hilt, and as he had said, was very keen. I bought it of Sidi Hassan, a Singapore dealer, into whose possession it came at the sale of Sultan Shuja Ali's weapons and effects after the Sultan's capture by the British. Hast heard the tale, Sahib? No? It runs thus. Shuja Ali was the younger son of a great sultan. There being little chance of his ever coming to the throne, he left his father's dominions, and becoming a pirate set out to carve for himself a name and an empire, though having at first but a few prahus, boats, and less than 100 men. He made up this lack by his qualities of leadership, which brought him many victories, much plunder and considerable renown. His fame caused many men to join him, and his booty enabled him to build more prahus. Adding continually to his fleets, he soon swept the rivers of the peninsula, and then began to venture upon the sea. In a few years his ships were held in fear and respect by every Dutch merchantman or Chinese junk whose sails loomed above the waters of the China Sea. Inland he began to overrun the dominions of the other sultans, conquering amongst others that of his elder brother, who had succeeded to his father's throne. Shuja Ali's fame reached far, and its shadow lay upon many peoples. Then the English came to the peninsula and built Singapore. Shuja Ali dispatched ships to prey upon their vessels, many of whom he succeeded in capturing. The English sent big ships after him, bearing many heavy guns and many armed men. The Sultan went to meet them in person, with the greater part of his fleet. It was a disastrous day for him. When the red sun sank into the sea, fully 50 of his best prahus, and thousands of his men, amongst whom he mourned several of his most noted captains, lay beneath the waters. He fled inland with the shattered remnant of his fleet. The British resolved to crush him decisively, sent boats up the rivers, and in numerous, hard-fought battles they sunk most of Shuja Ali's remaining prahus, and cleared land and water of the infesting pirates. The Sultan himself, however, they sought in vain. He had fled to a well-nigh inaccessible hiding place, a small village, deep in a network of creeks, swamps, and jungle-covered islands. Here he remained with a few fighting men, while the English hunted unsuccessfully for the narrow, winding entrances. Amina, his favorite wife, was among those who had accompanied him to this refuge. She was passionately attached to the Sultan, and although such was his wish, had positively refused to be left behind. There was a beautiful girl in the village with whom Suja Ali became infatuated. He finally married her, and she exercised so great an influence over him that Amina, who had hitherto considered herself first in her husband's estimation, grew jealous. As time passed and she perceived more clearly how complete was his infatuation, her jealousy grew more intense and violent, and at last prompted her to leave the village secretly one night, and to go to the captain of a British vessel which had been cruising up and down the river for weeks. To this man, one Rankling Sahib, she revealed the secret of Suja Ali's hiding place. In thus betraying him, her desire was probably more for revenge upon her rival than upon the Sultan. Rankling Sahib, guided by Amina, passed at midnight through the network of creeks and jungles. He landed his crew and entered the village. The Malays, taken completely by surprise, offered little or no resistance. Many awoke only to find themselves confronted by loaded rifles and surrendered without opposition. Suja Ali, who had lain awake all evening wondering as to the cause of Amina's absence, rushed out of his hut with half a score of his men and made a futile attempt at escape. A desperate fight ensued, in which he used his Krise, the same that thou seest, with deadly effect. 2 of the English he stretched dead, and a third he wounded severely. Rankling Sahib had given orders that the Sultan be taken alive, if possible. Finally wounded, weary, and surrounded by his foes on all sides, the Sultan was made prisoner, and the next morning was taken down river to Singapore. This is the Krise you see on the wall. End of the Malay Krise by Clark Ashton Smith.
On Cats and Dogs by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. On Cats and Dogs. What I've suffered from them this morning, no tongue can tell. It began with Gustavus Adolphus. Gustavus Adolphus, they call him Gusty downstairs for short, is a very good sort of dog when he is in the middle of a large field or a fairly extensive common. But I won't have him indoors. He means well, but this house is not his size. He stretches himself and overgo 2 chairs and a whatnot. He wags his tail, and the room looks as if a devastating army had marched through it. He breathes, and it puts the fire out. At dinner time, he creeps in under the table, lies there for a while, and then gets up suddenly. The first intimation we have of his movements being given by the table, which appears animated by a desire to turn somersaults. We all clutch at it frantically and endeavor to maintain it in a horizontal position, whereupon his struggles, he being under the impression that some wicked conspiracy is being hatched against him, become fearful, and the final picture presented is generally that of an overturned table and a smashed-up dinner sandwiched between 2 sprawling layers of infuriated men and women. He came in this morning in his usual style, which he appears to have founded on that of an American cyclone, and the first thing he did was to sweep my coffee cup off the table with his tail, sending the contents full into the middle of my waistcoat. I rose from my chair hurriedly and, remarking blank, approached him at a rapid rate. He preceded me in the direction of the door. At the door he met Eliza, coming in with eggs. Eliza observed, "Ugh!" and sat down on the floor. The eggs took up different positions about the carpet, where they spread themselves out, and Gustavus Adolphus left the room. I called after him, strongly advising him to go straight downstairs and not let me see him again for the next hour or so, and he, seeming to agree with me, dodged the coal scoop and went, while I returned, dried myself, and finished breakfast. I made sure that he had gone into the yard, but when I looked into the passage 10 minutes later, he was sitting at the top of the stairs. I ordered him down at once, but he only barked and jumped about, so I went to see what was the matter. It was Tittums. She was sitting on the top stair but one, and wouldn't let him pass. Tittums is our kitten. She is about the size of a penny roll. Her back was up, and she was swearing like a medical student. She does swear fearfully. I do a little that way myself sometimes, but I am a mere amateur compared with her. To tell you the truth, mind, this is strictly between ourselves, please. I shouldn't like your wife to know I said it. The women folk don't understand these things. But between you and me, you know, I think it does a man good to swear. Swearing is the safety valve through which the bad temper that might otherwise do serious internal injury to his mental mechanism escapes in harmless vaporing. When a man has said, "Bless you, my dear sweet sir, what the sun, moon, and stars made you so careless, if I may be permitted the expression, as to allow your light and delicate foot to descend upon my corn with so much force? Is it that you are physically incapable of comprehending the direction in which you are proceeding? You nice, clever young man, you," or words to that effect. He feels better. Swearing has the same soothing effect upon our angry passions that smashing the furniture or slamming the doors is so well known to exercise, added to which it is much cheaper. Swearing clears a man out like a pennorth of gunpowder does the wash-house chimney. An occasional explosion is good for both. I rather distrust a man who never swears, or savagely kicks the footstool, or pokes the fire with unnecessary violence. Without some outlet, the anger caused by the ever-occurring troubles of life is apt to rankle and fester within. The petty annoyance, instead of being thrown from us, sits down beside us and becomes a sorrow. And the little offense is brooded over till, in the hotbed of rumination, it grows into a great injury, under whose poisonous shadow springs up hatred and revenge. Swearing relieves the feelings. That is what swearing does. I explained this to my aunt on one occasion, but it didn't answer with her. She said I had no business to have such feelings. That is what I told Tittums. I told her she ought to be ashamed of herself, brought up in at Christian family as she was, too. I don't so much mind hearing an old cat swear, but I can't bear to see a mere kitten give way to it. It seems sad in one so young. I put Tittums in my pocket and returned to my desk. I forgot her for the moment, and when I looked, I found that she had squirmed out of my pocket onto the table and was trying to swallow the pen. Then she put her leg into the ink pot and upset it. Then she licked her leg. Then she swore again, at me this time. I put her down on the floor, and there Tim began rowing with her. I do wish Tim would mind his own business. It was no concern of his what she had been doing. Besides, he is not a saint himself. He is only a 2-year-old fox terrier, and he interferes with everything, and gives himself the airs of a gray-headed Scotch collie. Tittums' mother has come in, and Tim has got his nose scratched, for which I am remarkably glad. I have put them all three out in the passage, where they are fighting at the present moment. I am in a mess with the ink and in a thundering bad temper, And if anything more in the cat or dog line comes fooling about me this morning, it had better bring its own funeral contractor with it. Yet, in general, I like cats and dogs very much indeed. What jolly chaps they are! They are much superior to human beings as companions. They do not quarrel or argue with you. They never talk about themselves, but listen to you while you talk about yourself, and keep up an appearance of being interested in the conversation. They never make stupid remarks. They never observed to Miss Brown across a dinner table that they always understood she was very sweet on Mr. Jones, who has just married Miss Robinson. They never mistake your wife's cousin for her husband and fancy that you are the father-in-law. And they never ask a young author with 14 tragedies, 16 comedies, 7 farces, and a couple of burlesques in his desk why he doesn't write a play. They never say unkind things. They never tell us of our faults merely for our own good. They do not at inconvenient moments mildly remind us of our past follies and mistakes. They do not say, "Oh, yes, a lot of use you are if you are ever really wanted," sarcastic-like. They never inform us, like our inamoratas sometimes do, that we are not nearly so nice as we used to be. We are always the same to them. They are always glad to see us. They are with us in all our humors. They are merry when we are glad, sober when we feel solemn, and sad when we are sorrowful. "Halloo! Happy and want a lark? Right you are, I'm your man. Here I am, frisking round you, leaping, barking, pirouetting, ready for any amount of fun and mischief. Look at my eyes if you doubt me. What shall it be? A romp in the drawing-room, and never mind the furniture? Or a scamper in the fresh, cool air, a scud across the fields and down the hill? And won't we let old Gaffer-Goggles geese know what time of day it is, neither? Whoop! Come along!" Or you'd like to be quiet and think. Very well. Pussy can sit on the arm of the chair and purr, and Montmorency will curl himself up on the rug and blink at the fire, yet keeping one eye on you the while, in case you are seized with any sudden desire in the direction of rats. And when we bury our face in our hands and wish we had never been born, they don't sit up straight and observe that we have brought it all upon ourselves. They don't even hope it will be a warning to us. But they come up softly and shove their heads against us. If it is a cat, she stands on your shoulder, rumples your hair, and says, "Lor, I am sorry for you, old man," as plain as words can speak. And if it is a dog, he looks up at you with his big, true eyes and says with them, "Well, you've always got me, you know. We'll go through the world together and always stand by each other, won't we?" He is very imprudent, a dog is. He never makes it his business to inquire whether you are in the right or in the wrong, never bothers as to whether you are going up or down upon life's ladder, never asks whether you are rich or poor, silly or wise, sinner or saint. You are his pal. That is enough for him. And come luck or misfortune, good repute or bad, honor or shame, he is going to stick to you, to comfort you, guard you, and give his life for you if need be. Foolish, brainless, soulless dog. Ah, old stanch friend, with your deep clear eyes and bright quick glances that take in all one has to say before one has time to speak it. Do you know you are only an animal and have no mind? Do you know that dull-eyed, gin-sodden lout leaning against the post out there is immeasurably your intellectual superior. Do you know that every little-minded, selfish scoundrel who lives by cheating and tricking, who never did a gentle deed or said a kind word, who never had a thought that was not mean and low, or a desire that was not base, whose every action is a fraud, whose every utterance is a lie? Do you know that these crawling skulks, and there are millions of them in the world, do you know they are all as much superior to you as the sun is superior to rushlight? You honorable, brave-hearted, unselfish brute. They are men, you know. And men are the greatest and noblest and wisest and best beings in the whole vast eternal universe. Any man will tell you that. Yes, poor doggy, you are very stupid indeed compared with us clever men who understand all about politics and philosophy and who know everything, in short, except what we are and where we came from and whither we are going, and what everything outside this tiny world and most things in it are. Never mind, though, Pussy and Doggy. We like you both all the better for your being stupid. We all like stupid things. Men can't bear clever women, and a woman's ideal man is someone she can call a dear old stupid. It is so pleasant to come across people more stupid than ourselves. We love them at once for being so. The world must be a rather rough place for clever people. Ordinary folk dislike them, and as for themselves, they hate each other most cordially. But there, the clever people are such a very insignificant minority that it really doesn't much matter if they are unhappy. So long as the foolish people can be made comfortable, the world, as a whole, will get on tolerably well. Cats have the credit of being more worldly wise than dogs, of looking more after their own interest, and being less blindly devoted to those of their friends. And we men and women are naturally shocked at such selfishness. Cats certainly do love a family that has a carpet in the kitchen more than a family that has not. And if there are many children about, they prefer to spend their leisure time next door. But taken altogether, cats are libeled. Make a friend of one, and she will stick to you through thick and thin. All the cats that I have been most firm comrades. I had a cat once that used to follow me about everywhere, until it even got quite embarrassing, and I had to beg her, as a personal favor, not to accompany me any further down the high street. She used to sit up for me when I was late home, and meet me in the passage. It made me feel quite like a married man, except that she never asked where I had been, and then didn't believe me when I told her. Another cat I had used to get drunk regularly every day. She would hang about for hours outside the cellar door for the purpose of sneaking in on the first opportunity and lapping up the drippings from the beer cask. I do not mention this habit of hers in praise of the species, but merely to show how almost human some of them are. If the transmigration of souls is a fact, this animal was certainly qualifying most rapidly for a Christian, for her vanity was only second to her love of drink. Whenever she caught a particularly big rat, she would bring it up into the room where we were all sitting, lay the corpse down in the midst of us, and wait to be praised. Lord, how the girls used to scream. Poor rats. They seem only to exist so that cats and dogs may gain credit for killing them, and chemists make a fortune by inventing specialities in poison for their destruction. And yet there is something fascinating about them. There's a weirdness and uncanniness attaching to them. They are so cunning and strong, so terrible in their numbers, so cruel, so secret. They swarm in deserted houses, where the broken casements hang rotting to the crumbling walls, and the doors swing creaking on their rusty hinges. They know the sinking ship, and leave her, no one knows how or whither. They whisper to each other in their hiding places how a doom will fall upon the hall and the great name die forgotten. They do fearful deeds in ghastly charnel houses. No tale of horror is complete without the rats. In stories of ghosts and murderers they scamper through the echoing rooms, and the gnawing of their teeth is heard behind the wainscot, and their gleaming eyes peer through the holes in the worm-eaten tapestry, and they scream in shrill, unearthly notes in the dead of night, while the moaning wind sweeps sobbing round the ruined turret towers, and passes wailing like a woman through the chambers bare and tenantless. And dying prisoners in their loathsome dungeons see through the horrid gloom their small red eyes, like glittering coals, hear in the death-like silence the rush of their claw-like feet, and start up shrieking in the darkness and watch through the awful night. I love to read tales about rats. They make my flesh creep so. I like that tale of Bishop Haddo and the rats. The wicked bishop, you know, had ever so much corn stored in his granaries, and would not let the starving people touch it. But when they prayed to him for food, he gathered them together in his barn, and then shutting the doors on them, set fire to the place and burned them all to death. But next day there came thousands upon thousands of rats, sent to do judgment on him. Then Bishop Haddo fled to his strong tower that stood in the middle of the Rhine, and barred himself in and fancied he was safe. But the rats, they swam the river, they gnawed their way through the thick stone walls, and ate him alive where he sat. They have whetted their teeth against the stones, and now they pick the bishop's bones. They gnawed the flesh from every limb, for they were sent to do judgment on him. Oh, it's a lovely tale. Then there's the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, how first he piped the rats away, and afterward, when the mayor broke faith with him, drew all the children along with him and went into the mountain. What a curious old legend that is. I wonder what it means, or has it any meaning at all? There seems something strange and deep lying hid beneath the rippling rhyme. It haunts me, that picture of the quaint, mysterious old piper piping through Hamelin's narrow streets, and the children following with dancing feet and thoughtful, eager faces. The old folks try to stay them, but the children pay no heed. They hear the weird, witched music and must follow. The games are left unfinished, and the playthings drop from their careless hands. They know not whither they are hastening. The mystic music calls to them, and they follow, heedless and unasking where. It stirs and vibrates in their hearts, and other sounds grow faint. So they wander through Pied Piper Street away from Hamelin town. I get thinking sometimes if the Pied Piper is really dead, or if he may still be roaming up and down our streets and lanes, but playing now so softly that only the children hear him. Why do the little faces look so grave and solemn when they pause a while from romping and stand deep wrapped with straining eyes? They only shake their curly heads and dart back laughing to their playmates when we question them. But I fancy myself they have been listening to the magic music of the old Pied Piper, and perhaps with those bright eyes of theirs have even seen his odd, fantastic figure gliding unnoticed through the whirl and throng. Even we grown-up children hear his piping now and then. But the yearning notes are very far away, and the noisy, blustering world is always bellowing so loud it drowns the dreamlike melody. One day the sweet and sad strains will sound out full and clear, and then we too shall, like the little children, throw our playthings all aside and follow. The loving hands will be stretched out to stay us, and the voices we have learned to listen for will cry to us to stop. But we shall push the fond arms gently back and pass out through the sorrowing house and through the open door. For the wild, strange music will be ringing in our hearts, and we shall know the meaning of its song by then. I wish people could love animals without getting maudlin over them, as so many do. Women are the most hardened offenders in such respects, but even our intellectual sex often degrade pets into nuisances by absurd idolatry. There are the gushing young ladies who, having read David Copperfield, have thereupon sought out a small, long-haired dog of nondescript breed, possessed of an irritating habit of criticizing a man's trousers, and of finally commenting upon the same by a sniff indicative of contempt and disgust. They talk sweet girlish prattle to this animal, when there is anyone near enough to overhear them, and they kiss its nose and put its unwashed head up against their cheek in a most touching manner. Though I have noticed that these caresses are principally performed when there are young men hanging about. Then there are the old ladies who worship a fat poodle, scant of breath and full of fleas. I knew a couple of elderly spinsters once who had a sort of German sausage on legs which they called a dog between them. They used to wash its face with warm water every morning. It had a mutton cutlet regularly for breakfast. And on Sundays, when one of the ladies went to church, the other always stopped at home to keep the dog company. There are many families where the whole interest of life is centered upon the dog. Cats, by the way, rarely suffer from excess of adulation. A cat possesses a very fair sense of the ridiculous, and will put her paw down, kindly but firmly, upon any nonsense of this kind. Dogs, however, seem to like it. They encourage their owners in the tomfoolery, and the consequence is that in the circles I am speaking of, what dear Fido has done, does do, will do, won't do, can do, can't do, was doing, is going to do, shall do, shan't do, and is about to be going to have done, is the continual theme of discussion from morning till night. All the conversation, consisting as it does of the very dregs of imbecility, is addressed to this confounded animal. The family sit in a row all day long, watching him, commenting upon his actions, telling each other anecdotes about him, recalling his virtues, and remembering with tears how one day they lost him for 2 whole hours, on which occasion he was brought home in a most brutal manner by the butcher boy, who had been met carrying him by the scruff of the neck with one hand, while soundly cuffing his head with the other. After recovering from these bitter recollections, they vie with each other in bursts of admiration for the brute, until some more than usually enthusiastic member, unable any longer to control his feelings, swoops down upon the unhappy quadruped in a frenzy of affection, clutches it to his heart, and slobbers over it, whereupon the others, mad with envy, rise up, and seizing as much of the dog as the greed of the first one has left to them, murmur praise and devotion. Among these people, everything is done through the dog. If you want to make love to the eldest daughter, or get the old man to lend you the garden roller, or the mother to subscribe to the Society for the Suppression of Solo Cornet Players in Theatrical Orchestras, it's a pity there isn't one anyhow, you have to begin with the dog. You must gain its approbation before they will even listen to you. And if, as is highly possible, the animal, whose frank, dogging nature has been warped by the unnatural treatment he has received, responds to your overtures of friendship by viciously snapping at you, your cause is lost forever. If Fido won't take to anyone, the father has thoughtfully remarked beforehand, I say that man is not to be trusted. You know, Maria, how often I have said that. Ah, he knows, bless him. Drat him. And to think that the surly brute was once an innocent puppy, all legs and head, full of fun and play, and burning with ambition to become a big, good dog, and bark like mother. Ah, me. Life sadly changes us all. The world seems a vast, horrible grinding machine, into which what is fresh and bright and pure is pushed at one end, to come out old and crabbed and wrinkled at the other. Look even at Pussy's sober sides, with her dull, sleepy glance, her grave, slow walk, and dignified, prudish airs. Who could ever think that once she was the blue-eyed, whirling, scampering, head-over-heels, mad little firework that we call a kitten? What a marvelous vitality a kitten has! It is really something very beautiful, the way life bubbles over in the little creatures. They rush about and mew and spring, dance on their hind legs, embrace everything with their front ones, roll over and over, lie on their backs and kick. They don't know what to do with themselves, they are so full of life. Can you remember, reader, when you and I felt of the same sort of thing? Can you remember those glorious days of fresh young manhood? How, when coming home along the moonlit road, we felt too full of life for sober walking, and had to spring and skip and wave our arms and shout till belated farmers' wives thought, and with good reason too, that we were mad, and kept close to the hedge while we stood and laughed aloud to see them scuttle off so fast, and made their blood run cold with a wild party whoop, and the tears came, we knew not why. Oh, that magnificent young life that crowned us kings of the earth, that rushed through every tingling vein till we seemed to walk on air, that thrilled through our throbbing brains and told us to go forth and conquer the whole world, that welled up in our young hearts till we longed to stretch out our arms and gather all the toiling men and women and the little children to our breast and love them all. All. Ah, they were grand days, those deep, full days, when our coming life, like an unseen organ, pealed strange, yearnful music in our ears, and our young blood cried out like a war horse for the battle. Ah, our pulse beats slow and steady now, and our old joints are rheumatic, and we love our easy chair and pipe, and sneer at boys' enthusiasm. But oh, for one brief moment of that godlike life again. End of On Cats and Dogs.
His Oversight by J. Jared. From Smart Set Magazine, June 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. His Oversight by J. Jared. It had been a glorious evening, and with unmixed pleasure he turned the many memories over and over in his mind. He recalled the cushions strewn about the deck, the salt breeze that wafted by, the strain of the phonograph, the endless rounds of caviar pâtés, and the myriads of perfectly blended cocktails. He remembered the countless clear Havanas, the gentle strumming of the ukuleles, the lapping of the water against the side, the ripple of laughter of beautiful girls, and the superbly mixed champagne punch. He recalled the shuffling of feet to lazy foxtrots, the canary-colored moon, the blue-gray sky powdered with laughing stars, and the admirable scotch and soda. He also recalled a certain tête-à-tête with a young lady on the afterdeck. Now that he thought of it, he remembered his proposal of marriage to the young lady. The only fact that he did not remember was which young lady it was he had proposed to. The end of His Oversight by J. Jared.
A Pursuit Race by Ernest Hemingway. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. A Pursuit Race. William Campbell had been in a pursuit race with a burlesque show ever since Pittsburgh. In a pursuit race, in bicycle racing, riders start at equal intervals to ride after one another. They ride very fast because the race is usually limited to a short distance, and if they slow their riding, another rider who maintains his pace will make up the space that separated them equally at the start. As soon as a rider is caught and passed, he is out of the race. He must get down from his bicycle and leave the track. If none of the riders are caught, the winner of the race is the one who has gained the most distance. In most pursuit races, if there are only 2 riders, one of the riders is caught inside of 6 miles. The burlesque show caught William Campbell at Kansas City. William Campbell had hoped to hold a slight lead over the burlesque show until they reached the Pacific coast. As long as he preceded the burlesque show as advance man, he was being paid. When the burlesque show caught up with him, he was in bed. He was in bed when the manager of the burlesque troupe came into his room, and after the manager had gone out, he decided that he might as well stay in bed. It was very cold in Kansas City, and he was in no hurry to go out. He did not like Kansas City. He reached under the bed for a bottle and drank. It made his stomach feel better. Mr. Turner, the manager of the burlesque show, had refused to drink. William Campbell's interview with Mr. Turner had been a little strange. Mr. Turner had knocked on the door. Campbell had said, "Come in." When Mr. Turner came into the room, he saw clothing on a chair, an open suitcase, the bottle on a chair beside the bed, and someone lying in the bed completely covered by the bedclothes. "Mr. Campbell," Mr. Turner said. "You can't fire me," William Campbell said from underneath the covers. It was warm and white and close under the covers. "You can't fire me because I've got down off my bicycle." "You're drunk," Mr. Turner said. "Oh, yes," William Campbell said, speaking directly against the sheet and feeling the texture with his lips. "You're a fool," Mr. Turner said. He turned off the electric light. The electric light had been burning all night. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. "You're a drunken fool. When did you get into this town?" "I got into this town last night," William Campbell said, speaking against the sheet. He found he liked to talk through a sheet. "Did you ever talk through a sheet?" "Don't try to be funny. You aren't funny." "I'm not being funny. I'm just talking through a sheet." "You're talking through a sheet, all right." "You can go now, Mr. Turner," Campbell said. "I don't work for you any more." "You know that, anyway." "I know a lot," William Campbell said. He pulled down the sheet and looked at Mr. Turner. I know enough so I don't mind looking at you at all. Do you want to hear what I know?" "No." "Good," said William Campbell. "'Cause really I don't know anything at all. I was just talking." He pulled the sheet up over his face again. "I love it under a sheet," he said. Mr. Turner stood beside the bed. He was a middle-aged man with a large stomach and a bald head, and he had many things to do. "You ought to stop off here, Billy, and take a cure," he said. "I'll fix it up if you want to do it." "I don't want to take a cure," William Campbell said. "I don't want to take a cure at all. I'm perfectly happy. All my life I have been perfectly happy." "How long have you been this way?" What a question! William Campbell breathed in and out through the sheet. "How long have you been stewed, Billy?" "Haven't I done my work?" "Sure. I just asked how long you've been stewed, Billy." "I don't know, but I've got my wolf back. He touched the sheet with his tongue. I've had him for a week." "The hell you have." "Oh, yes, my dear wolf. Every time I take a drink he goes outside the room. He can't stand alcohol, the poor little fellow. He moved his tongue round and round on the sheet. He's a lovely wolf. He's just like he always was." William Campbell shut his eyes and took a deep breath. "You've got to take a cure, Billy," Mr. Turner said. "You won't mind the Keeley. It isn't bad." "The Keeley," William Campbell said. "It isn't far from London." He shut his eyes and opened them, moving the eyelashes against the sheet. "I just love sheets," he said. He looked at Mr. Turner. "Listen, you think I'm drunk. You are drunk." "No, I'm not." "You're drunk, and you've had DTs." "No." William Campbell held the sheet around his head. "Dear sheet," he said. He breathed against it gently. "Pretty sheet. You love me, don't you, sheet? It's all in the price of the room, just like in Japan." "No," he said. "Listen, Billy, dear sliding Billy, I have a surprise for you. I'm not drunk. I'm hot to the eyes." "No," said Mr. Turner. "Take a look." William Campbell pulled up the right sleeve of his pajama jacket under the sheet, then shoved the right forearm out. "Look at that." On the forearm, from just above the wrist to the elbow, were small blue circles around tiny dark blue punctures. The circles almost touched one another. "That's the new development," William Campbell said. "I drink a little now once in a while, just to drive the wolf out of the room." "They got a cure for that," Sliding Billy Turner said. "No," William Campbell said. "They haven't got a cure for anything." "You can't just quit like that, Billy," Turner said. He sat on the bed. "Be careful of my sheet," William Campbell said. "You can't just quit at your age and take to pumping yourself full of that stuff just because you got in a jam." "There's a law against it, if that's what you mean." "No, I mean you got to fight it out." Billy Campbell caressed the sheet with his lips and his tongue. "Dear sheet," he said, "I can kiss the sheet and see right through it at the same time." "Cut it out about the sheet. You just can't take to that stuff, Billy." William Campbell shut his eyes, beginning to feel a slight nausea. He knew that this nausea would increase steadily, without there ever being the relief of sickness, until something were done against it. It was at this point that he suggested that Mr. Turner have a drink. Mr. Turner declined. William Campbell took a drink from the bottle. It was a temporary measure. Mr. Turner watched him. Mr. Turner had been in this room much longer than he should have been. He had many things to do. Although living in daily association with people who used drugs, he had a horror of drugs, and he was very fond of William Campbell. Did not wish to leave him. He was very sorry for him, and he felt a cure might help. He knew there were good cures in Kansas City, but he had to go. He stood up. "Listen, Billy," William Campbell said. "I want to tell you something. You're called Sliding Billy. That's because you can slide. I'm just called Billy. That's because I never could slide at all. I can't slide. Billy, I can't slide. It just catches. Every time I try it, it catches." He shut his eyes. "I can't slide, Billy." "It's awful when you can't slide." "Yes," said Sliding Billy Turner. "Yes, what?" William Campbell looked at him. "You were saying." "No," said William Campbell. "I wasn't saying. Must have been a mistake." "You were saying about sliding." "No, it couldn't have been about sliding. But listen, Billy, and I'll tell you a secret. Stick to sheets, Billy. Keep away from women and horses and He stopped. "Eagles, Billy. If you love horses, you'll get horse blank. And if you love eagles, you'll get eagle blank." He stopped and put his head under the sheet. "I got to go," said Sliding Billy Turner. "If you love women, you'll get a dose," William Campbell said. "If you love horses." "Yes, you said that." "Said what?" "About horses and eagles." "Oh, yes, and if you love sheets." He breathed on the sheet and stroked his nose against it. "I don't know about sheets," he said. "I just started to love this sheet." "I have to go," Mr. Turner said. "I got a lot to do." "That's all right," William Campbell said. "Everybody's got to go." "I better go." "All right, you go." "Are you all right, Billy?" "I was never so happy in my life." "And you're all right?" "I'm fine. You go along. I'll just lie here for a little while. Around noon I'll get up." But when Mr. Turner came up to William Campbell's room at noon, William Campbell was sleeping, and as Mr. Turner was a man who knew what things in life were very valuable, he did not wake him. End of A Pursuit Race. A Simple Enquiry by Ernest Hemingway. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. A Simple Enquiry. Outside, the snow was higher than the window. The sunlight came in through the window and shone on a map on the pine board wall of the hut. The sun was high, and the light came in over the top of the snow. A trench had been cut along the open side of the hut, and each clear day the sun, shining on the wall, reflected heat against the snow and widened the trench. It was late March. The major sat at a table against the wall. His adjutant sat at another table. Around the major's eyes were two white circles where his snow glasses had protected his face from the sun on the snow. The rest of his face had been burned, and then tanned, and then burned through the tan. His nose was swollen, and there were edges of loose skin where blisters had been. While he worked at the papers, he put the fingers of his left hand into a saucer of oil, and then spread the oil over his face, touching it very gently with the tips of his fingers. He was very careful to drain his fingers on the edge of the saucer so that there was only a film of oil on them. And after he had stroked his forehead and his cheeks, he stroked his nose very delicately between his fingers. When he had finished, he stood up, took the saucer of oil, and went into the small room of the hut where he slept. "I'm going to take a little sleep," he said to the adjutant. "In that army, an adjutant is not a commissioned officer. You will finish up." "Yes, Senor Maggiore," the adjutant answered. He leaned back in his chair and yawned. He took a paper-covered book out of the pocket of his coat and opened it, then laid it down on the table and lit his pipe. He leaned forward on the table to read and puffed at his pipe. Then he closed the book and put it back in his pocket. He had too much paperwork to get through. He could not enjoy reading until it was done. Outside, the sun went behind a mountain, and there was no more light on the wall of the hut. A soldier came in and put some pine branches, chopped into irregular lengths, into the stove. "Be soft, Penin," the adjutant said to him. "The major is sleeping." Penin was the major's orderly. He was a dark-faced boy, and he fixed the stove, putting the pine wood in carefully, shut the door, and went into the back of the hut again. The adjutant went on with his papers. "Tonani," the major called. "Senor Maggiore?" "Send Penin in to me." "Penin," the adjutant called. Penin came into the room. "The major wants you," the adjutant said. Penin walked across the main room of the hut toward the major's door. He knocked on the half-open door. "Senor Maggiore?" "Come in," the adjutant heard the major say, and shut the door. Inside the room, the Major lay on his bunk. Panine stood beside the bunk. The Major lay with his head on the rucksack that he had stuffed with spare clothing to make a pillow. His long burned, oiled face looked at Panine. His hands lay on the blankets. "You are 19?" he asked. "Yes, Signor Maggiore." "You have ever been in love?" "How do you mean, Signor Maggiore?" "In love with a girl." "I've been with girls." "I did not ask that. I asked if you had been in love with a girl." "Yes, Signor Maggiore." "You are in love with this girl now?" "You don't write her. I read all your letters." "I am in love with her," Panine said, "but I do not write her." "You are sure of this?" "I'm sure." "Donani," the Major said in the same tone of voice, "can you hear me talking?" There was no answer from the next room. "He cannot hear," the Major said. "And you are quite sure that you love a girl?" "I'm sure." "And," the Major looked at him quickly, "that you are not corrupt?" "I don't know what you mean, corrupt." "All right," the Major said. "You needn't be superior." Panine looked at the floor. The Major looked at his brown face, down and up again, and at his hands. Then he went on, not smiling. "And you don't really want—" The Major paused. Panine looked at the floor. "That your great desire isn't really—" Panine looked at the floor. The Major leaned his head back on the rucksack and smiled. He was really relieved. Life in the army was too complicated. "You're a good boy," he said. "You're a good boy, Panine. But don't be superior. Be careful someone else doesn't come along and take you." Panine stood still beside the bunk. "Don't be afraid," the Major said. His hands were folded on the blankets. "I won't touch you. You can go back to your platoon if you like, but you had better stay on as my servant. You've less chance of being killed." "Do you want anything of me, Signor Maggiore?" "No," the Major said. "Go on and get on with whatever you were doing. Leave the door open when you go out." Panine went out, leaving the door open. The adjutant looked up at him as he walked awkwardly across the room and out the door. Panine was flushed and moved differently than he had moved when he brought in the wood for the fire. The adjutant looked after him and smiled. Panine came in with more wood for the stove. The Major, lying on his bunk, looking at his cloth-covered helmet and his snow-glasses that hung from a nail on the wall, heard him walk across the floor. "The little devil," he thought. "I wonder if he lied to me." End of A Simple Enquiry.
The Sphinx Without a Secret, an Etching by Oscar Wilde. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Sphinx Without a Secret, an Etching. One afternoon I was sitting outside the Café de la Paix, watching the splendor and shabbiness of Parisian life, and wondering over my vermouth at the strange panorama of pride and poverty that was passing before me, when I heard someone call my name. I turned round and saw Lord Murchison. We had not met since we had been at college together nearly 10 years before, so I was delighted to come across him again, and we shook hands warmly. At Oxford we had been great friends. I had liked him immensely. He was so handsome, so high-spirited, and so honourable. We used to say of him that he would be the best of fellows if he did not always speak the truth, but I think we really admired him all the more for his frankness. I found him a good deal changed. He looked anxious and puzzled, and seemed to be in doubt about something. I felt it could not be modern scepticism, for Murchison was the stoutest of Tories, and believed in the Pentateuch as firmly as he believed in the House of Peers. So I concluded that it was a woman, and asked him if he was married yet. "I don't understand women well enough," he answered. "My dear Gerald," I said, "women are meant to be loved, not to be understood." "I cannot love where I cannot trust," he replied. "I believe you have a mystery in your life, Gerald," I exclaimed. "Tell me about it." "Let us go for a drive," he answered. It is too crowded here. No, not a yellow carriage, any other color. There, that dark green one will do. And in a few moments we were trotting down the boulevard in the direction of the Madeleine. Where shall we go to? I said. Oh, anywhere you like, he answered. To the restaurant in the Bois. We will dine there, and you shall tell me all about yourself. I want to hear about you first, I said. Tell me your mystery. He took from his pocket a little silver-clasped morocco case and handed it to me. I opened it. Inside there was the photograph of a woman. She was tall and slight, and strangely picturesque, with large, vague eyes and loosened hair. She looked like a clairvoyant, and was wrapped in rich furs. What do you think of that face? He said. Is it truthful? I examined it carefully. It seemed to me the face of someone who had a secret, but whether that secret was good or evil I could not say. Its beauty was a beauty molded out of many mysteries, the beauty, in fact, which is psychological, not plastic, and the faint smile that just played across the lips was far too subtle to be really sweet. Well, he cried impatiently, what do you say? She is the Gioconda in sables, I answered. Let me know all about her. Not now, he said, after dinner, and began to talk of other things. When the waiter brought us our coffee and cigarettes, I reminded Gerald of his promise. He rose from his seat, walked 2 or 3 times up and down the room, and, sinking into an armchair, told me the following story. One evening, he said, I was walking down Bond Street about 5 o'clock. There was a terrific crush of carriages, and the traffic was almost stopped. Close to the pavement was standing a little yellow brougham, which for some reason or other attracted my attention. As I passed by there, looked out from it, the face I showed you this afternoon. It fascinated me immediately. All that night I kept thinking of it, and all the next day I wandered up and down that wretched row, peering into every carriage and waiting for the yellow brougham. But I could not find ma belle inconnue, and at last I began to think she was merely a dream. About a week afterwards I was dining with Madame de Rastel. Dinner was for 8 o'clock, but at 8:30 we were still waiting in the drawing-room. Finally the servant threw open the door and announced Lady Arroy. It was the woman I had been looking for. She came in very slowly, looking like a moonbeam in grey lace, and, to my intense delight, I was asked to take her in to dinner. After we had sat down, I remarked quite innocently, I think I caught sight of you in Bond Street some time ago, Lady Alroy. She grew very pale and said to me in a low voice, Pray, do not talk so loud. You may be overheard. I felt miserable at having made such a bad beginning, and plunged recklessly into the subject of French plays. She spoke very little, always in the same low musical voice, and seemed as if she was afraid of someone listening. I fell passionately, stupidly in love, and the indefinable atmosphere of mystery that surrounded her excited my most ardent curiosity. When she was going away, which she did very soon after dinner, I asked her if I might call and see her. She hesitated for a moment, glanced around the room to see if anyone was near us, and then said, Yes, tomorrow, at 5:15. I begged Madame la Rastel to tell me about her, but all that I could learn was that she was a widow with a beautiful house in Park Lane, and as some scientific bore began a dissertation on widows as exemplifying the survival of the matrimonially fittest, I left and went home. The next day I arrived at Park Lane, punctual to the moment, but was told by the butler that Lady Alroy had just gone out. I went down to the club quite unhappy and very much puzzled, and after long consideration wrote her a letter, asking if I might be allowed to try my chance some other afternoon. I had no answer for several days, but at last I got a little note saying she would be home on Sunday at 4, and with this extraordinary postscript, Please, do not write to me here again. I will explain when I see you. On Sunday she received me and was perfectly charming, but when I was going away she begged of me, if I had ever occasion to write her again, to address my letter to Miss Knox, care of Whitaker's Garden, Library, Garden Street. There are reasons, she said, why I cannot receive letters in my own house. All through the season I saw a great deal of her, and the atmosphere of mystery never left her. Sometimes I thought that she was in the power of some man, but she looked so unapproachable that I could not believe it. It was really very difficult for me to come to any conclusion, for she was like one of those strange crystals that one sees in museums, which are at one moment clear and at another clouded. At last I determined to ask her to be my wife. I was sick and tired of the incessant secrecy that she imposed on all my visits, and on the few letters I sent her. I wrote to her at the library to ask if she could see me the following Monday at 6. She answered yes, and I was in the 7th heaven of delight. I was infatuated with her, in spite of the mystery. I thought then, in consequence of it. I see now. No, it was the woman herself I loved. The mystery troubled me, maddened me. Why did chance put me in its track? You discovered it then, I cried. I fear so, he answered. You can judge for yourself. When Monday came round, I went to lunch with my uncle, and about 4 o'clock found myself on Marylebone Street. My uncle, you know, lives in Regent's Park. I wanted to get to Piccadilly, and took a short cut through a lot of shabby little streets. Suddenly I saw in front of me Lady Alroy, deeply veiled, and walking very fast. On coming to the last house in the street, she went up the steps, took a latchkey, and let herself in. Here's the mystery, I said to myself, and I hurried on and examined the house. It seemed the sort of place for letting lodgings. On the doorstep lay her handkerchief, which she had dropped. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. Then I began to consider what I should do. I came to the conclusion that I had no right to spy on her, and I drove down to the club. At 6, I called to see her. She was lying on a sofa in a tea-gown of silver tissue, looped up by some strange moonstones that she always wore. She was looking quite lovely. "I'm so glad to see you," she said. "I have not been out all day." I stared at her in amazement, and pulling the handkerchief out of my pocket, handed it to her. "You dropped this on Cumnor Street this afternoon, Lady Alroy," I said very calmly. She looked at me in terror, but made no attempt to take the handkerchief. "What were you doing there?" I asked. "What right have you to question me?" she answered. "The right of a man who loves you," I replied. "I came here to ask you to be my wife." She hid her face in her hands and burst into floods of tears. "You must tell me," I continued. She stood up, and looking me straight in the face, said, "Lord Murchison, there is nothing to tell you. You went to meet someone," I cried. "This is your mystery." She grew dreadfully white and said, "I went to meet no one." "Can't you tell the truth?" I exclaimed. "I have told it," she replied. "I was mad, frantic. I don't know what I said, but I said terrible things to her. Finally, I rushed out of the house. She wrote me a letter the next day. I sent it back, unopened, and started for Norway with Alan Colville. After a month I came back, and the first thing I saw in the Morning Post was the death of Lady Alroy. She had caught a chill at the opera and died in 5 days of congestion of the lungs. I shut myself up and saw no one. I had loved her so much. I had loved her so madly. Good God, how I had loved the woman. "You went to the street, to the house in it?" I said. "Yes," he answered. "One day I went to Cumnor Street. I could not help it. I was tortured with doubt. I knocked at the door, and a respectable-looking woman opened it to me. I asked if she had any rooms to let. 'Well, sir,' she replied, 'the drawing-rooms are supposed to be let, but I have not seen the lady for 3 months, and as rent is owing on them, you can have them.' 'Is this the lady?' I said, showing the photograph. 'That's her, sure enough,' she exclaimed. 'And when is she coming back, sir?' 'The lady is dead,' I replied. 'Oh, sir, I hope not,' said the woman. 'She was my best lodger. She paid me 3 guineas a week merely to sit in my drawing-rooms now and then.' 'She met someone here?' I said, but the woman assured me that that was not so, and that she always came alone, and saw no one. 'What on earth did she do here?' I cried. 'She simply sat in the drawing-room, sir, reading books, and sometimes had tea,' the woman answered. I did not know what to say, so I gave her a sovereign and went away. Now what do you think it all meant? You don't believe the woman was telling the truth. I do. Then why did Lady Alroy go there? My dear Gerald, I answered, Lady Alroy was simply a woman with a mania for mystery. She took these rooms for the pleasure of going there with her veils down and imagining she was a heroine. She had a passion for secrecy, but she herself was merely a sphinx without a secret. Do you really think so? I am sure of it, I replied. He took out the morocco case, opened it, and looked at the photograph. I wonder, he said at last. End of The Sphinx Without a Secret, an Etching.
Telling His Faults by Stephen Leacock. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. Telling His Faults. "Oh, do, Mr. Sapling," said the beautiful girl at the summer hotel. "Do let me read the palm of your hand. I can tell you all your faults." Mr. Sapling gave an inarticulate gurgle, and a roseate flush swept over his countenance as he surrendered his palm to the grasp of the fair enchantress. "Oh, you're just full of faults. Just full of them, Mr. Sapling," she cried. Mr. Sapling looked it. "To begin with," said the beautiful girl, slowly and reflectively, "you are dreadfully cynical. You hardly believe in anything at all, and you've utterly no faith in us poor women." The feeble smile that had hitherto kindled the features of Mr. Sapling into a ray of chastened imbecility was distorted in an effort at cynicism. "Then your next fault is that you are too determined, much too determined. When once you have set your will on any object, you crush every obstacle under your feet." Mr. Sapling looked meekly down at his tennis shoes, but began to feel calmer, more lifted up. Perhaps he had been all these things without knowing it. "Then you are cold and sarcastic." Mr. Sapling attempted to look cold and sarcastic. He succeeded in a rude leer. "And you're horribly world-weary. You care for nothing. You have drained philosophy to the dregs, and scoff at everything." Mr. Sapling's inner feeling was that from now on he would simply scoff and scoff and scoff. "Your only redeeming quality is that you are generous. You have tried to kill even this, but cannot." "Yes," concluded the beautiful girl, "those are your faults. Generous still, but cold, cynical, and relentless. Good night, Mr. Sapling." And resisting all entreaties, the beautiful girl passed from the veranda of the hotel and vanished. And when later in the evening the brother of the beautiful girl borrowed Mr. Sapling's tennis racket and his bicycle for a fortnight, and the father of the beautiful girl got Sapling to endorse his note for a couple of hundreds, and her uncle Zephas borrowed his bedroom candle and used his razor to cut up a plug of tobacco, Mr. Sapling felt proud to be acquainted with the family. End of Telling His Faults by Stephen Leacock.
The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Gift of the Magi. $1.87. That was all. and 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheek burned with silent imputation of parsimony that such close stealing implied. 3 times Della counted it. $1.87. And the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beg a description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letterbox into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also, appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, the letters of Dillingham looked blurred, as though they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended her cheeks with a powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a grey cat walking a grey fence in a grey backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him. Something fine and rare and sterling. Something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly, she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly, she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were 2 possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out of the window some day to dry just to deprecate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made herself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again, nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still where a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket. On went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Mademoiselle Sofronie, hair goods of all kinds. 1 flight up, Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sofronie. Will you buy my hair? Asked Della. I buy hair, said Madame. Take your hat off and let's have a sight at the looks of it. Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practiced hand. Give it to me quick, said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him. Quietness and value, the description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly on account of the old leather strap he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes, her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. If Jim doesn't kill me, she said to herself, before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying little silent prayers about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I'm still pretty." The door opened and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold it because I couldn't live through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say, Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You have cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labor. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you. Sold and gone too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with a sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. Let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1,000,000 a year, what is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there is anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that would make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, You may see why you had me going a while at first. White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper. And then an ecstatic scream of joy. And then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped for long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoise shell, with jewel rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they are hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hand under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," he said, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now, suppose you put the chops on?" The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are the wisest. They are the Magi. The end of The Gift of the Magi.
Transcendental Wild Oats, a chapter from an unwritten romance, by Louisa May Alcott. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in March 2023. Transcendental Wild Oats. On the first day of June, 1840 a large wagon drawn by a small horse and containing a motley load went lumbering over certain New England hills with the pleasing accompaniment of wind, rain, and hail. A serene man with a serene child upon his knee was driving, or rather being driven, for the small horse had it all his own way. A brown boy with a William Penn style of countenance sat beside him, firmly embracing a bust of Socrates. Behind them was an energetic-looking woman with a benevolent brow, satirical mouth, and eyes brimful of hope and courage. A baby reposed upon her lap, a mirror leaned against her knee, and a basket of provisions danced about at her feet as she struggled with a large, unruly umbrella. Two blue-eyed little girls, with hands full of childish treasures, sat under one old shawl, chatting happily together. In front of this lively party stalked a tall, sharp-featured man in a long blue cloak, and a fourth small girl trudged along beside him through the mud as if she rather enjoyed it. The wind whistled over the bleak hills, the rain fell in a despondent drizzle, and twilight began to fall. But the calm man gazed as tranquilly into the fog as if he beheld a radiant bow of promise spanning the gray sky. The cheery woman tried to cover everyone but herself with the big umbrella. The brown boy pillowed his head on the bald pate of Socrates and slumbered peacefully. The little girls sang lullabies to their dolls in soft maternal murmurs. The sharp-nosed pedestrian marched steadily on, with the blue cloak streaming out behind him like a banner, and the lively infant splashed through the puddles with a duck-like satisfaction pleasant to behold. Thus these modern pilgrims journeyed hopefully out of the old world to found a new one in the wilderness. The editors of the Transcendental Tripod had received from Messrs. Lion and Lamb, two of the aforesaid pilgrims, a communication from which the following statement is an extract. Quote, "We have made arrangements with the proprietor of an estate of about 100 acres, which liberates this tract from human ownership. Here we shall prosecute our effort to initiate a family in harmony with the primitive instincts of man. Ordinary secular farming is not our object. Fruit, grain, pulse, herbs, flax, and other vegetable products, receiving assiduous attention, will afford ample manual occupation and chaste supplies for the bodily needs. It is intended to adorn the pastures with orchards and to supersede the labor of cattle by the spade and the pruning knife. Consecrated to human freedom, the land awaits the sober culture of devoted men. Beginning with small pecuniary means, this enterprise must be rooted in a reliance on the succors of an ever-bounteous providence, whose vital affinities being secured by this union with uncorrupted field and unworldly persons, the cares and injuries of a life of gain are avoided. The inner nature of each member of the family is at no time neglected. Our plan contemplates all such disciplines, cultures, and habits as evidently conduce to the purifying of the inmates. Pledged to the spirit alone, the founders anticipate no hasty or numerous addition to their members. The kingdom of peace is entered only through the gates of self-denial, and felicity is a test and a reward of loyalty to the unswerving law of love." End quote. This prospective Eden at present consisted of an old red farmhouse, a dilapidated barn, many acres of meadow land, and a grove. 10 ancient apple trees were all the chaste supply which the place offered as yet, but in the firm belief that the plenteous orchards would soon be evoked from their inner consciousness, these sanguine founders had christened their domain Fruitlands. Here Timon Lion intended to found a colony of Latter-day Saints, who, under his patriarchal sway, should regenerate the world and glorify his name forever. Here Abel Lamb, with the devoutest faith in the high ideal, which was to him a living truth, desired to plant a paradise, where beauty, virtue, justice, and love might live happily together, without the possibility of a serpent entering in. And here his wife, unconverted but faithful to the end, hoped after many wanderings over the face of the earth to find rest for herself and a home for her children. "There is our new abode," announced the enthusiast, smiling with a satisfaction quite undamped by the drops dripping from his hat brim, as they turned at length into a cart path that wound along a steep hillside into a barren-looking valley. "A little difficult of access," observed his practical wife, as she endeavored to keep her various household gods from going overboard with every lurch of the laden ark. "Like all good things, but those who earnestly desire and patiently seek will soon find us," placidly responded the philosopher from the mud, through which he was now endeavoring to pilot the much-enduring horse. "Truth lies at the bottom of a well, Sister Hope," said Brother Timon, pausing to detach his small comrade from a gate, whereon she was perched for a clearer gaze into futurity. "That's the reason we so seldom get at it, I suppose," replied Mrs. Hope, making a vain clutch at the mirror, which a sudden jolt sent flying out of her hands. "We want no false reflections here," said Timon, with a grim smile, as he crunched the fragments underfoot in his onward march. Sister Hope held her peace and looked wistfully through the mist at her promised home. The old red house with the hospitable glimmer at its windows cheered her eyes, and considering the weather, was a fitter refuge than the sylvan bowers some of the more ardent souls might have preferred. The newcomers were welcomed by one of the elect precious, a regenerate farmer whose idea of reform consisted chiefly in wearing white cotton raiment and shoes of untanned leather. This costume, with a snowy beard, gave him a venerable and at the same time a somewhat bridal appearance. The goods and chattels of the society not having arrived, the weary family reposed before the fire on blocks of wood, while Brother Moses White regaled them with roasted potatoes, brown bread, and water, in 2 plates, a tin pan, and 1 mug, his table service being limited. But having cast the forms and vanities of the depraved world behind them, the elders welcomed hardship with an enthusiasm of new pioneers, and the children heartily enjoyed this foretaste of what they believed was to be a sort of perpetual picnic. During the progress of this frugal meal, 2 more brothers appeared. One, a dark, melancholy man, clad in homespun, whose peculiar mission was to turn his name hind part before and use as few words as possible. The other was a bland, bearded Englishman who expected to be saved by eating uncooked food and going without clothes. He had not yet adopted the primitive costume, however, but contented himself with meditatively chewing dry beans out of a basket. Every meal should be a sacrament, and the vessels used should be beautiful and symbolic, observed Brother Lamb mildly, righting the tin pan, slipping about on his knees. I priced a silver service when in town, but it was too costly, so I got some graceful cups and vases of Britannia ware. "Hardest thing in the world to keep bright. Will whiting be allowed in the community?" inquired Sister Hope, with a housewife's interest in labor-saving institutions. "Such trivial questions will be discussed at a more fitting time," answered Brother Timon sharply, as he burnt his fingers with a very hot potato. "Neither sugar, molasses, milk, butter, cheese, nor flesh are to be used among us, for nothing is to be admitted which has caused wrong or death to man or beast. Our garments are to be linen till we learn to raise our own cotton, or some substitute for woolen fabrics," added Brother Abel, blissfully basking in an imaginary future as warm and brilliant as the generous fire before him. "How about shoes?" asked Brother Moses, surveying his own with interest. "We must yield that point till we can manufacture an innocent substitute for leather. Bark, wood, or some durable fabric will be invented in time. Meanwhile, those who desire to carry out our idea to the fullest extent can go barefooted," said Lion, who liked extreme measures. "I never will, nor let my girls," murmured rebellious Sister Hope under her breath. "How do you calculate to treat the 10-acre lot? If things ain't tended to right smart, we shan't have no crops," observed the practical patriarch in cotton. "We shall spade it," replied Abel, in such perfect good faith that Moses said no more, though he indulged in a shake of the head as he glanced at hands that had held nothing heavier than a pen for years. He was a paternal old soul, and regarded the younger men as promising boys on a new sort of lark. "What shall we do for lamps if we cannot use any animal substance? I do hope light of some sort is to be thrown upon the enterprise," said Mrs. Lamb with anxiety, for in those days kerosene and camphene were not, and gas unknown in the wilderness. "We shall go without till we have discovered some vegetable oil or wax to serve us," replied Brother Timon in a decided tone, which caused Sister Hope to resolve that her private lamp should be always trimmed, if not burning. Each member is to perform that work for which experience, strength, and taste best fit him, continued Dictator Lion. Thus drudgery and disorder will be avoided, and harmony prevail. We shall rise at dawn, begin the day by bathing, followed by music, and then a chaste repast of fruit and bread. Each one finds congenial occupation till the meridian meal, when some deep-searching conversation gives rest to the body and development to the mind. Healthful labor again engages us till the last meal, when we assemble in social communion, prolonged till sunset, when we retire to sweet repose, ready for the next day's activity. "What part of the work do you incline to yourself?" asked Sister Hope, with a humorous glimmer in her keen eyes. "I shall wait till it is made clear to me. Being, in preference to doing, is the great aim, and this comes to us rather by a resigned willingness than a willful activity, which is a check to all divine growth," responded Brother Timon. "I thought so." And Mrs. Lamb sighed audibly, for during the year he had spent in her family, Brother Timon had so faithfully carried out his idea of being, not doing, that she had found his divine growth both an expensive and unsatisfactory process. Here her husband struck into the conversation, his face shining with the light and joy of the splendid dreams and high ideals hovering before him. "In these steps of reform, we do not rely so much on scientific reasoning or physiological skill as on the Spirit's dictates. The greater part of man's duty consists in leaving alone much that he now does. Shall I stimulate with tea, coffee, or wine? No. Shall I consume flesh? Not if I value health. Shall I subjugate cattle? Shall I claim property in any created thing? Shall I trade? Shall I adopt a form of religion? Shall I interest myself in politics? To how many of these questions could we ask them deeply enough, and could they be heard as having relation to our eternal welfare? Would the response be, abstain? A mild snore seemed to echo the last word of Abel's rhapsody, for Brother Moses had succumbed to mundane slumber and sat nodding like a massive ghost. Forrest Absalom, the silent man, and John Pease, the English member, now departed to the barn, and Mrs. Lamb led her flock to a temporary fold, leaving the founders of the consociate family to build castles in the air till the fire went out and the symposium ended in smoke. The furniture arrived next day and was soon bestowed, for the principal property of the community consisted in books. To this rare library was devoted the best room in the house, and the few busts and pictures that still survived many flittings were added to beautify the sanctuary, for here the family was to meet for amusement, instruction, and worship. Any housewife can imagine the emotions of Sister Hope when she took possession of a large, dilapidated kitchen containing an old stove and the peculiar stores out of which food was to be evolved for her little family of 11. Cakes of maple sugar, dried beans and peas, barley and hominy, meal of all sorts, potatoes, and dried fruit. No milk, butter, cheese, tea, or meat appeared. Even salt was considered a useless luxury, and spice entirely forbidden by these lovers of Spartan simplicity. A 10 years' experience of vegetarian vagaries had been good training for this new freak, and her sense of the ludicrous supported her through many a trying scene. Unleavened bread, porridge and water for breakfast, vegetables and water for dinner, bread, fruit, and water for supper, was the bill of fare ordained by the elders. No teapot profaned that sacred stove, no gory steak cried aloud for vengeance from her chaste gridiron, and only a brave woman's taste, time, and temper were sacrificed on that domestic altar. The vexed question of light was settled by buying a quantity of bayberry wax for candles, and on discovering that no one knew how to make them, pine knots were introduced to be used when absolutely necessary. Being summer, the evenings were not long, and the weary fraternity found it no great hardship to retire with the birds. The inner light was sufficient for most of them, but Mrs. Lamb rebelled. Evening was the only time she had to herself, and while the tired feet rested, the skillful hands mended torn frocks and little stockings, or anxious heart forgot its burden in a book. So Mother's lamp burned steadily, while the philosophers built a new heaven and earth by moonlight, and through all the metaphysical mists and philanthropic pyrotechnics of that period, Sister Hope played her own little game of throwing light, and none but the moths were the worse for it. Such farming probably was never seen before since Adam delved. The band of brothers began by spading garden and field, but a few days of it lessened their ardor amazingly. Blistered hands and aching backs suggested the expediency of permitting the use of cattle till the workers were better fitted for noble toil by a summer of the new life. Brother Moses brought a yoke of oxen from his farm. At least the philosophers thought so till it was discovered that one of the animals was a cow, and Moses confessed that he must be let down easy, for he couldn't live on garden sarce entirely. Great was Dictator Lyon's indignation at this lapse from virtue, but time pressed, the work must be done, so the meek cow was permitted to wear the yoke, and the recreant brother continued to enjoy forbidden draughts in the barn, which dark proceedings caused the children to regard him as one set apart for destruction. The sewing was equally peculiar, for, owing to some mistake, the three brethren who devoted themselves to this graceful task found, when about half through the job, that each had been sowing a different sort of grain in the same field, a mistake which caused much perplexity, as it could not be remedied. But after a long consultation and a good deal of laughter, it was decided to say nothing and see what would come of it. The garden was planted with a generous supply of useful roots and herbs, but as manure was not allowed to profane the virgin soil, few of these vegetable treasures ever came up. Purslane reigned supreme, and the disappointed planters ate it philosophically, deciding that nature knew what was best for them and would generously supply their needs if they could only learn to digest her salads and wild roots. The orchard was laid out, a little grafting done, new trees and vines set, regardless of the unfit season and entire ignorance of the husbandmen, who honestly believed that in the autumn they would reap a bounteous harvest. Slowly things got into order, and rapidly rumors of the new experiment went abroad, causing many strange spirits to flock thither. For in those days communities were the fashion, and Transcendentalism raged wildly. Some came to look on and laugh, some to be supported in poetic idleness, a few to believe sincerely and work heartily. Each member was allowed to mount his favorite hobby and ride it to his heart's content. Very queer were some of the riders, and very rampant some of the hobbies. One youth, believing that language was of little consequence if the spirit was only right, startled newcomers by blandly greeting them with, "Good morning, damn you," and other remarks of an equally mixed order. A second irrepressible being held that all the emotions of the soul should be freely expressed, and illustrated his theory by antics that would have sent him to a lunatic asylum if, as an unregenerate wag said, he had not already been in one. When his spirit soared, he climbed trees and shouted. When doubt assailed him, he lay upon the floor and groaned lamentably. At joyful periods he raced, leaped, and sang. When sad, he wept aloud. And when a great thought burst upon him in watches of the night, he crowed like a jocund cockerel, to the great delight of the children and the great annoyance of the elders. One musical brother fiddled whenever so moved, sang sentimentally to the four little girls, and put a music box on the wall when he hoed corn. Brother Pease ground away at his uncooked food or browsed over the farm on sorrel, mint, green fruit, and new vegetables. Occasionally he took his walks abroad, airily attired in an unbleached cotton poncho, which was the nearest approach to the primeval costume he was allowed to indulge in. At midsummer he retired to the wilderness to try his plan where the woodchucks were without prejudices and huckleberry bushes were hospitably full. A sunstroke, unfortunately, spoilt his plan, and he returned to semi-civilization a sadder and wiser man. Forrest Absalom preserved his Pythagorean silence, cultivated his fine dark locks, and worked like a beaver, setting an excellent example of brotherly love, justice, and fidelity by his upright life. He it was who helped overworked Sister Hope with her heavy washes, kneaded the endless succession of batches of bread, watched over the children, and did the many tasks left undone by the brethren, who were so busy discussing and defining great duties that they forgot to perform the small ones. Moses White placidly plodded about, chorin' around, as he called it, looking like an old-time patriarch, with his silver hair and flowing beard, and saving the community from many a mishap by his thrift and Yankee shrewdness. Brother Lyon domineered over the whole concern, for having put the most money into the speculation, he was resolved to make it pay, as if anything founded on an ideal basis could be expected to do so by any but enthusiasts. Abel Lamb simply reveled in the newness, firmly believing that his dream was to be beautifully realized, and in time not only little fruit lands, but the whole earth be turned into a happy valley. He worked with every muscle of his body, for he was in deadly earnest. He taught with his whole head and heart, planned and sacrificed, preached and prophesied, with a soul full of the purest aspirations, most unselfish purposes, and desires for a life devoted to God and man, too high and tender to bear the rough usage of this world. It was a little remarkable that only one woman ever joined this community. Mrs. Lamb merely followed wheresoever her husband led, as ballast for his balloon, as she said in her bright way. Miss Jane Gage was a stout lady of mature years, sentimental, amiable, and lazy. She wrote verses copiously, and had vague yearnings and graspings after the unknown, which led her to believe herself fitted for a higher sphere than any she had yet adorned. Having been a teacher, she was set to instructing the children in the common branches. Each adult member took a turn at the infants, and as each taught in his own way, the result was a chronic state of chaos in the minds of these much-afflicted innocents. Sleep, food, and poetic musings were the desires of dear Jane's life, and she shirked all duties as clogs upon her spirit's wings. Any thought of lending a hand with the domestic drudgery never occurred to her, and when to the question, "Are there any beasts of burden on the place?" Mrs. Lamb answered with a face that told its own tale, "Only one woman." The buxom Jane took no shame to herself, but laughed at the joke and let the stout-hearted sister tug on alone. Unfortunately, the poor lady hankered after the flesh-pots, and endeavored to stay herself with private sips of milk, crackers, and cheese, and on one dire occasion she partook of fish at a neighbor's table. One of the children reported this sad lapse from virtue, and poor Jane was publicly reprimanded by Timon. "I only took a little bit of the tail," sobbed the penitent poetess. "Yes, but the whole fish had to be tortured and slain, that you might tempt your carnal appetite with that one taste of the tail. Know ye not, ye consumers of flesh meat, that ye are nourishing the wolf and tiger in your bosoms?" At this awful question and the peal of laughter which arose from some of the younger brethren, tickled by the ludicrous contrast between the stout sinner, the stern judge, and the naughty satisfaction of the young detective, poor Jane fled from the room to pack her trunk and return to a world where fishes' tails were not a forbidden fruit. Transcendental wild oats were sown broadcast that year, and the fame thereof has not yet ceased in the land. For futile as this crop seemed to outsiders, it bore an invisible harvest worth much to those who planted in earnest. As none of the members of this particular community have ever recounted their experiences before, a few of them may not be amiss, since the interest in these attempts has never died out, and Fruitlands was the most ideal of all these castles in Spain. A new dress was invented, since cotton, silk, and wool were forbidden as the product of slave labor, worm slaughter, and sheep robbery. Tunics and trousers of brown linen were the only wear. The women's skirts were longer, and their straw hat brims wider than the men's, and this was the only difference. Some persecution lent a charm to the costume, and the long-haired, linen-clad reformers quite enjoyed the mild martyrdom they endured when they left home. Money was abjured as the root of all evil. The produce of the land was to supply most of their wants, or be exchanged for the few things they could not grow. This idea had its inconveniences, but self-denial was the fashion, and it was surprising how many things one can do without. When they desired to travel, they walked, if possible, begged the loan of a vehicle, or boldly entered car or coach, and, stating their principles to the officials, took the consequences. Usually their dress, their earnest frankness, and gentle resolution won them a passage, but now and then they met with hard usage, and had the satisfaction of suffering for their principles. On one of these penniless pilgrimages, they took passage on a boat, and when fare was demanded, artlessly offered to talk instead of pay. As the boat was well under way, and they actually had not a cent, there was no help for it. So Brothers Lion and Lamb held forth to the assembled passengers in their most eloquent style. There must have been something effective in this conversation, for the listeners were moved to take up a contribution for these inspired lunatics, who preached peace on earth and goodwill to man so earnestly with empty pockets. A goodly sum was collected, but when the captain presented it, the reformers proved that they were consistent even in their madness, for not a penny would they accept, saying, with a look at the group about them whose indifference or contempt had changed to interest and respect, "You see how well we get on without money," and so went serenely on their way, with their linen blouses flapping airily in the cold October wind. They preached vegetarianism everywhere, and resisted all temptations of the flesh, contentedly eating apples and bread at well-spread tables, and much afflicting hospitable hostesses by denouncing their food and taking away their appetites, discussing the horrors of shambles, the incorporation of the brute in man, and on elegant abstinence, the sign of a pure soul. But when the perplexed or offended ladies asked what they should eat, they got in reply a bill of fare consisting of bowls of sunrise for breakfast, solar seeds of the sphere, dishes from Plutarch's chaste table, and other viands equally hard to find in any modern market. Reform conventions of all sorts were haunted by these brethren, who said many wise things and did many foolish ones. Unfortunately, these wanderings interfered with their harvest at home, but the rule was to do what the spirit moved, so they left their crops to Providence and went a-reaping in wider and, let us hope, more fruitful fields than their own. Luckily, the earthly Providence who watched over Abel Lamb was at hand to glean the scanty crop yielded by the uncorrupted land, which, consecrated to human freedom, had received the sober culture of devout men. About the time the grain was ready to house, some call of the oversoul wafted all the men away. An easterly storm was coming up, and the yellow stalks were sure to be ruined. Then Sister Hope gathered her forces. 3 little girls, 1 boy, Timon's son, and herself, harnessed to clothes baskets and Russia linen sheets, were the only teams she could command. But with these poor appliances, the indomitable woman got in the grain and saved food for her young, with the instinct and energy of a mother bird with a brood of hungry nestlings to feed. This attempt at regeneration had its tragic as well as comic side, though the world only saw the former. With the first frosts, the butterflies, who had sunned themselves in the new light through the summer, took flight, leaving the few bees to see what honey they had stored for winter use. Precious little appeared beyond the satisfaction of a few months of holy living. At first it seemed as if a chance to try holy dying was also to be offered them. Timon, much disgusted with the failure of the scheme, decided to retire to the Shakers, who seemed to be the only successful community going. "What is to become of us?" asked Mrs. Hope, for Abel was heartbroken at the bursting of his lovely bubble. "You can stay here if you like, till a tenant is found. No more wood must be cut, however, and no more corn ground. All I have must be sold to pay the debts of the concern, as the responsibility rests with me," was the cheering reply. "Who is to pay us for what we have lost? I gave all I had. Furniture, time, strength, 6 months of my children's lives, and all are wasted. Abel gave himself body and soul, and is almost wrecked by hard work and disappointment. Are we to have no return for this, but leave to starve and freeze in an old house, with winter at hand, no money, and hardly a friend left? For this wild scheme has alienated nearly all we had. You talk much about justice. Let us have a little, since there's nothing else left." But the woman's appeal met with no reply but the old one. It was an experiment. We all risk something, and must bear our losses as we can. With this cold comfort, Timon departed with his son, and was absorbed into the Shaker brotherhood, where he soon found that the order of things was reversed, and it was all work and no play. Then the tragedy began for the forsaken little family. Desolation and despair fell upon Abel. As his wife said, his new beliefs had alienated many friends. Some thought him mad, some unprincipled. Even the most kindly thought him a visionary, whom it was useless to help till he took more practical views of life. All stood aloof, saying, "Let him work out his own ideas, and see what they are worth." He had tried, but it was a failure. The world was not ready for utopia yet, and those who attempted to found it only got laughed at for their pains. In other days, men would sell all and give to the poor, had lives devoted to holiness and high thought, and after the persecution was over, find themselves honored as saints or martyrs. But in modern times, these things are out of fashion. To live for one's principles at all costs is a dangerous speculation, and the failure of an ideal, no matter how humane and noble, is harder for the world to forgive and forget than bank robbery or the grand swindles of corrupt politicians. Deep waters now for Abel, and for a time there seemed no passage through. Strength and spirits were exhausted by hard work and too much thought. Courage failed when, looking about for help, he saw no sympathizing face, no hand outstretched to help him, no voice to say cheerily, "We all make mistakes, and it takes many experiences to shape a life. Try again, and let us help you." No, every door was closed, every eye averted, every heart cold, and no way open whereby he might earn bread for his children. His principles would not permit him to do many things that others did, and in the few fields where conscience would allow him to work, who would employ a man who had flown in the face of society as he had done? Then this dreamer, whose dream was the life of his life, resolved to carry out his idea to the bitter end. There seemed no place for him here, no work, no friend. To go begging conditions was as ignoble as to go begging money. Better perish of want than sell one's soul for the sustenance of his body. Silently he lay down on his bed, turned his face to the wall, and waited with pathetic patience for death to cut the knot which he could not untie. Days and nights went by, and neither food nor water passed his lips. Soul and body were dumbly struggling together, and no word of complaint betrayed what either suffered. His wife, when tears and prayers were unavailing, sat down to wait the end with a mysterious awe and submission, for in this entire resignation of all things there was an eloquent significance to her, who knew him as no other human being did. Leave all to God was his belief, and in this crisis the loving soul clung to this faith, sure that the all-wise Father would not desert this child who tried to live so near to him. Gathering her children about her, she waited the issue of the tragedy that was being enacted in that solitary room, while the first snow fell outside, untrodden by the footprints of a single friend. But the strong angels who sustain and teach perplexed and troubled souls came and went, leaving no trace without, but working miracles within. For when all other sentiments had faded into dimness, all other hopes died utterly, when the bitterness of death was nearly over, when body was past any pang of hunger or thirst, and soul stood ready to depart, the love that outlives all else refused to die. Head had bowed to defeat, hand had grown weary with too heavy tasks, but heart could not grow cold to those who lived in its tender depths, even when death touched it. My faithful wife, my little girls, they have not forsaken me. They are mine by ties that none can break. What right have I to leave them alone? What right to escape from the burden and the sorrow I have helped to bring? This duty remains to me, and I must do it manfully. For their sakes the world will forgive me in time. For their sakes God will sustain me now. Too feeble to rise, Abel groped for the food that always lay within his reach, and in the darkness and solitude of that memorable night ate and drank what was to him the bread and wine of a new communion, a new dedication of heart and life to the duties that were left him when the dreams fled. In the early dawn, when that sad wife crept fearfully to see what change had come to the patient face on the pillow, she found it smiling at her, saw a wasted hand outstretched to her, and heard a feeble voice cry bravely, "Hope!" What passed in that little room is not to be recorded, except in the hearts of those who suffered and endured much for love's sake. Enough for us to know that soon the wan shadow of a man came forth, leaning on the arm that never failed him, to be welcomed and cherished by the children who never forgot the experiences of that time. Hope was the watchword now, and while the last logs blazed on the hearth, the last bread and apples covered the table, the new commander, with recovered courage, said to her husband, "Leave all to God and me. He has done his part, now I will do mine." "But we have no money, dear." "Yes, we have. I sold all that we could spare, and have enough money to take us away from this snowbank." "Where can we go?" "I have engaged 4 rooms at our good neighbor Lovejoy's. There we can live cheaply till spring. Then for new plans and a home of our own, please God." "But, Hope, your little store won't last long, and we have no friends." "I can sew, and you can chop wood. Lovejoy offers you the same pay as he gives his other men. My old friend Mrs. Truman will send me all the work I want, and my blessed brother stands by us to the end. Cheer up, dear heart, for while there is work and love in the world, we shall not suffer. And while I have my good angel, Hope, I shall not despair, even if I wait another 30 years before I step beyond the circle of the little sacred world in which I still have a place to fill. So one bleak December day, with their few possessions piled on an ox sled, the rosy children perched atop, and the parents trudging arm in arm behind, the exiles left their Eden and faced the world again. Ah me, my happy dream, how much I leave behind that can never be mine again, said Abel, looking back at the lost paradise, lying white and chill in its shroud of snow. Yes, dear, but how much we bring away, answered brave-hearted Hope, glancing from husband to children. Poor Fruitlands! The name was as great a failure as the rest, continued Abel with a sigh, as a frost-bitten apple fell from a leafless bough at his feet. But the sigh changed to a smile as his wife added, in a half-tender, half-satirical tone, "Don't you think Apple Slump would be a better name for it, dear?" End of Transcendental Wild Oats by Louisa May Alcott. Published in 1876.